Well, what's up, people? Finally back on YouTube. Finally. Goddamn. Technically, I was unbanned, I was never banned. I was able to upload again yesterday or whatever. But I didn't because I was lazy. I'm still lazy. 52 billion and a bunch of just gas. I don't know, 52 billion is not like that much. So I don't know, Kuwait. All right. So like it's got to be like Northern Africa then, right? 5,000 kilometers. So it's got to be like, I mean, Algeria, I guess. I feel like Algeria would have other stuff maybe, but nope. Algeria, goated. I thought Algeria might have like, I thought they had some mineral stuff. A lot of times the African countries have like, both oil and gold and diamonds and stuff like that. Cinnamon, though, I really don't know. God, I don't even know what climate cinnamon grows in, bro. I actually don't know. I actually have like no clue. China, like, is always a somewhat safe guess, but they're not that agricultural anymore, and a lot of times for like agricultural stuff is like one country produces like 80% of the fucking cinnamon, I bet. So I don't know. I'm gonna guess China, but I don't know. Okay, they're number 3. So I'm gonna guess it. I feel like, you know, I'm just trying to think of plants that I think are like similar to fucking cinnamon and countries that grow those plants. I don't think it's like the cinnamon grow where coffee grows. Like I don't I don't know. Oh man. I'm gonna guess India, but I'm not at all confident in that. And I feel like it could be the US too. I just feel like I've never heard of us growing cinnamon before. Like I know we have corn, we have wheat, we have some other we have almonds. The US grows a lot of almonds. I don't know. India's not very high. I don't feel like we have cinnamon. I feel like some Caribbean countries might have cinnamon, but I'm not at all certain of that. I don't know. I'm gonna guess Jamaica because I know they have like sugar. They have other stuff that go there. I don't know. I'm gonna guess, but okay, horrible guess. Unbelievable. 103, like one of the bottom countries. God, I don't know. I'm guessing other Southeast Asian countries. Vietnam. Okay, Vietnam makes a lot of cinnamon. All right, Vietnam's number one. Holy crap, dude. This is really late. I mean, it's relatively late for me. I mean, it's late for me to start stream. It's only 11:30. Yo! Go for the K. Thanks for subbing.
I was doing some investigating and I think Paul Krugman might be Jewish or IPAC affiliated.
Krugman is literally paid $9 million by AIPAC, bro. Don't you know? Don't you know? Obviously, I don't actually think... I have never seen Krugman speak about Israel at all. But I would imagine he'd have like the standard milquetoast liberal position stuff. Okay, surely Bangladesh, though, they make a lot of cinnamon. They don't make cinnamon. Okay. Vietnam, Sri Lanka, Indonesia. Oh, I could have guessed Indonesia. In the US. Damn. Rigged. James Fifek literally wants immigration moratorium in Florida. The Florida miracle's over. I did. Yeah, I saw James Fishback is now running, or announced that he wants to run. Did he actually commit to running, or did he just say, like... I think he said, I don't know if you can, like, apply yet or fill out the paperwork or whatever. I'm not sure. I'm not sure he's 100% committed yet, but wants to run for governor of Florida. God, that guy tweets too much. And he's crazy. He's announcing on Monday. I have sources? Okay. You have sources. What do you mean he's announcing it? Like, he's already... Like, I mean, he's teasing it and stuff. I thought he said on Twitter that he announced he wants to, but... But yeah, it's the fat guy is fucking. I don't understand. I don't even understand this dude really, because this guy, I think he is like a. I mean, CEO Invest Arizona. Like, he is a okay-ish smart investor dude, and you'll see him criticize like the very worst things about Trump. But simultaneously, he also has, like, actual insane positions. Like, for example, like Easy Money mentioned, like, he legitimately wants a moratorium on immigration to Florida. Yeah, he doesn't like H-1Bs even, bro.
Amazon,
like,
Meta, and Microsoft to announce that they're cutting American jobs. But
and it's like, some of the stuff I would get, like, if you, like, are, like, a rich person and, like, you support Trump and you're just, like, doing it kind of for the grift or whatever. But some of these things, it does feel like he genuinely believes, because he is willing to criticize Trump on, like, the super harsh, on, like, the super crazy stuff. Yeah, dismantle H-1Bs, enact complete immigration moratorium, stop offshoring, put Americans first, bro. Don't look at any of the evidence that says companies that don't. Yo, what's up, Social Sarah videos? Welcome back. Don't look at any of the evidence that says, like, oh, you know, companies that don't win the H-1B lottery are offshoring. But, you know, this is his rationale. He's, again, I literally, I don't know what to make of this dude. It's very hard for me to know, because it seems like he does genuinely believe some things, but, like, he seems smart enough to realize a lot of the things he's saying are just, like, bullshit. And it would only make sense that he says them to, like, do the, like, support the grift. I'm often asked, you support legal immigration, right? The kind that helps America grow. And that sounds nice. It really does. It sounds fair, generous, even patriotic. But here's the truth. I don't. I support a complete immigration moratorium, because what makes America special is who we import. Sorry, isn't who we import. It's who we already have. This nation is overflowing with talent, gift, and brilliance. Millions of Americans are underemployed, underpaid, or overlooked. They are eager to work hard and contribute. To those abroad who love freedom and dream of coming here, I don't blame you. You want you want what we have, but your country needs you. Too many great minds have left their homelands. Like, we're anti. Why are we doing the whole America first grift? And then we're also saying brain drain is bad for other countries. Like, why would you give a fuck? Now, in reality, like it seems probably to the extent brain drain happens, it's made up for in remittances, at least to poor countries. Like India, you know, when Indian workers come here, yo, thanks Emma Moore for the sub on YouTube. I appreciate it. Like when Indian workers come here, although they might, you know, there might be some brain drain. When they send remittances back, a lot of that money is spent on like early childhood education, and that has a pretty high return. Thanks, Toxoplasmosis, for the sub as well. But that might not be the case for like Europe, for example, because the marginal return on any remittances would be pretty low. It would be so tragic for Florida to stagnate. It's unironically, its growth path is very inspiring. Thanks, RB, for the sub. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, like, in fairness, you know, can't Florida just take all the Californian immigrants? Okay. I mean, you can't restrict freedom of movement between states. So, thanks, their minder of Samuel for the sub too. It's running through all the old subs. Only the most recent one is probably the person who actually subbed. But regardless, I will thank them anyway, because I'm grateful.
On the number of
Made in America needs to go a step further. Made in America by Americans, bro. Oh my god. I don't know which. It's these like weird finance bro investor people, bro. I don't know what they're smoking. Like, because there's this tweet went fucking viral within MySpace or Twitter at the very least. And this guy's supposed to be like I mean, he's obviously a retard and or just doing stuff for the Trump grift, okay? But like, supposedly he markets, economics, politics. Supposedly he's supposed to be like an okayly informed dude or whatever. But then he like tweets out dumb shit like this about that study, the San Francisco Fed study, which I think I haven't read it yet. I should go through more of it than I have. That's like, oh, FS Fed just released a study of 150 years of U.S. tariff policies. Conclusion: tariffs lead to lower inflation. Because, like, obviously, I mean, they have a community note now, even by now, that the channel it's working through, right, is that the price level overall falls because, like, tariffs, like any tax increase, can lower aggregate demand, right? That's the channel that works through. It's not saying tariffs don't raise the price of the product being tariffed, and it's also not saying this is net good or anything. You know, again, the channel it operates through is by lowering aggregate demand, by weakening the economy overall. That's a bad thing. Like, you can have 0% inflation by blowing up the fucking economy. That's not a good thing. You could have zero trade deficits by blowing up the whole economy. That also not be like a good thing, like, obviously. But it's crazy. And this Pomp dude, this Anthony Pomp dude, who's another like weird finance bro investor dude. This guy is actually such a fucking piece of shit, bro. This guy is actually like, I don't understand how anyone listens to dude. He's a fucking piece of shit. I don't think it's very confusing to me how much he actually knows. But he just like sells weird crypto shit to his audience and does these like market recap things or whatever. This guy is a fucking piece of shit. Like I said, so like he quotes tweets this and says, "I have said all year that tariffs lead to lower prices and do not cause inflation. Now the Fed is agreeing based on the recent study of the last 150 years. You would have known this back in April if you read the daily letter I write." This guy is a shithead. I tweeted about that. I quote tweeted or whatever. What Pomp said in his letters was not that tariffs are going to lower aggregate demand and therefore lead to, you know, a rate of the price level decreasing. What he said was that tariffs just had no effect on the price of the goods that were being tariffed, and he did it through horrible methods. Yeah, like, And he also said that they led to like net job increases, and that's just not true. He has no good evidence for that at all. Like this is a post from February where he tries to like show stuff like this. Like this is what he's saying. Like he's like he says earlier, like people think tariffs will increase prices, and then he's like, well, let's look at solar panels. Original tariff of 30%, tax on foreign solar panels and modules imported to the U.S. The tariff decreased by 5% each year until it bottomed out at 15%. So what happened? According to the critics, solar panel prices should have gone up, right? Well, the exact opposite happened. Domestic solar panel prices continue to fall in prices they have been for years before the tariffs. Retard! What are you doing? That's not how you do causal inference. You don't just like look. You don't just like look at the final price of at the price of solar panels or whatever, like directly before and after the tariffs are implemented. You have to actually, because like, for example, we have a lot of solar panel subsidies that are going to decrease the price of solar, but it doesn't mean that absent the tariff, the price would have been lower. You're supposed to you compare it to the first of all, you want to isolate the effective tariffs, which he's not doing. And second, you want to compare it to the pre-tariff price trend, which he doesn't do. It does the same exact thing for like washing machines. And he doesn't actually do any causal inference, even though we have studies about this very thing, and they find the exact opposite conclusion. It's like Trump did 20%, 50% tariff on washing machines or whatever. Fast forward today, washing machine prices are lower now than they were pre-tariff implementation. Look at the graph. It's a downward trend. Of course. But you can see like the one-time price increase pretty quick after the tariffs. And then it continues following the downward trend. And it's like, bro, like, what do we... And again, we have the actual studies on this that actually do the causal inference that you need to do. They find the exact opposite conclusion. He's just a fucking shithead. Don't be fooled by the beautiful colors and twisted data. You can see that washing machine prices jumped in the first 90 days after the tariffs were announced, but then fell aggressively for the next 2 years. What were they doing here? Washing machine prices were lower at the start of 2020 than they were pre-tariff. So, like, than they were pre-tariff. This is a narrative violation. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Jesus. James Fissack positions on one, ban all immigration to Florida, to abolish property tax. I've seen those. Although, to be fair, Ron DeSantis is also anti-property tax. But yeah, ban all international students from Florida public schools. Like, this guy will literally destroy the state, probably. Well, it's not even... He couldn't actually ban all immigration to Florida, right? Like that's not a, not really something you do as governor, because you're not allowed to like restrict freedom of movement between states as governor. So anyone that has some type of legal status would be entitled to move there or whatever. But I mean, you could do stuff to try to discourage migrants from coming there still. What's up, Sasrama? In Doge checks? Yeah. Oh my god, I'm pretty sure he says some crazy shit about Doge. Like he's ate up all the like Doge shit about Social Security and stuff too. And I don't know if that's just for the grift or if that's like it's all foreign visas that steal American jobs. True. Which will happen any day now, and $2 trillion in savings, and it'll all be rebated. Like, why did they like just updated the community note? What? This is the same. Why did they give me notification for this? I've already seen this. Yippee! Yo, thanks for the $2.
Is back.
Well, as you know, Shibringo, I was never fully gone, but I am back on YouTube. Yes. Nice to be back. Nice to be back. I appreciate it, $2, buddy. Thanks. I appreciate it. Hell yeah. I need everyone on YouTube and actually everyone watching everywhere to go over and like the YouTube stream. I need the YouTube algorithm to not hate me for not uploading for a week or doing anything for 8 days or whatever. If I was smart, I would have edited more stuff before I was able to stream on YouTube again. But I was lazy and I didn't really edit much. I'm sure you missed me. I'm sure. I mean, I missed a lot of people from YouTube chats. It's a gift order. I mean, I have ways around the paywall anyway, but yeah. I've seen the discourse over this shit. Bro, like, I haven't read the article itself, but my understanding, what I've seen, maybe this is an unfair summary, is that this article basically just says voters are demanding short-term price relief, so we should give the voters short-term price relief, even though some economists are worried it's going to be bad. But yeah, I don't get it. This dude's a shithead. Anthony Pomp is like the biggest shit. Like, he knows he you know, I don't know how much of a smart dude he is, legitimately. It's hard to tell, like I said. But he knows here what he's saying is not remotely what he said before. Like, I have said all year that tariffs lead to lower prices and do not cause inflation. One, he certainly was not saying the mechanism by which tariffs lead to a lower price level is that they depress the economy overall. Like tariffs will strengthen the American economy. Like, bro, like, what are we doing here? And two, he was not even talking about formally, like, what is actually inflation, the overall price level, well, the rate of change at the price level. He was talking about specifically the price of the goods being tariffed, which is not what inflation is. Yeah, like, this guy is obviously bad-faced, stupid, retarded. Yes, incentivizing more demand is always in line with lower prices. Well, I mean, it's lower aggregate demand, right? So, like, obviously, you're correct in that, like, the tariff will increase the quantity demanded of domestic of the good that's being tariffed domestically supplied, and that will. Oh, grassroots hegemon, let's go.
Tapping Bro and I were shilling you for being the only good points from the other side in that debate. Disagree with you, but you did great with the position you came from. GG.
I appreciate it, graduate hegemon. I mean, I think Pisco did a good job, and we might watch, because I know Ryan and Gen Z Attorney both are doing their reactions to the thing or whatever, and maybe we'll check some of that out. But I mean, I think Pisco did a good job, but I don't think our points were entirely separate. But the guy who wrote this article served on the Biden Economic Council. Was he a Bernie Warren transfer or whatever? Not transfer, but worked for their staff before they dropped out and endorsed him. Horrible. Warren, yeah. But I appreciate $10 after that month. Yeah. I'm glad people thought I did good. Oh, Peace Corps did not understand my more realism thing, but I don't know if he does. I don't know if he just doesn't. I think we might have different conceptions of what more realism really means. But anyway, is this worth even like reading? This may terrify many economists who have long dismissed price controls as fair policy, but like it or not, voters are demanding short-term price relief, and temporary price controls may be only viable way to provide it. They keep for politicians who embrace price controls as they design them and policies that accompany them to maximize their benefits and mitigate their costs. For decades, sector policy response to high prices has been to increase supply, so offering tax incentives, reducing regulatory barriers. But these solutions can take years to have effect. Inefficiencies of this policy playbook help create what we call an affordability conundrum. Voters want immediate cost relief, but standard policy tools can't always provide it. It's no surprise politicians are turning to price controls as rent caps or rate freezes, which promise immediate invisible relief. Oh, okay, at least we're mentioning they can be self-defeating. They jam the signal at high prices, send to companies to enter markets, expand production, which can lower costs in the long run. And economists will tell you capping prices below production costs causes shortages and rationing. Many Americans remember the Nixon era price controls and gasoline led to shortages. And before Sam jumps in to defend this, I don't know what time it is for him, maybe. It's not even like to be clear, it's not like Zoran's rent freeze is like catastrophic policy. But you know. I don't know, it doesn't seem like that. Like crazy of an article or anything, but it doesn't seem like that particularly meaningful either way. Like, who cares, bro? Who cares? Yeah, lefty guy says actually, price controls can be an important part of the overall solution to specific things. It's like okay, like whatever, bro. It's catastrophic when half of the units in NYC are rent stabilized. So, well, kind of. I don't think it's... So part of the thing that's... so part of the equation is like, it's only going to apply to the apartments that are already rent stabilized, which I guess I believe that it's half. That makes sense. I think it's like over 2 million or whatever. But also, it's at like you're going from a like the rent increase is limited to 3% a year or whatever to just you can't increase rents. And I don't know how long the rent freeze is going to last. I mean, probably not more than 8 years, but 8 years would be a pretty long time. That would be pretty bad, but I don't know. I don't think it will be super catastrophic. Did you guys see the fucking Liquid Zulu video by the way? Oh my god, I can't spell. It was posted on like the one like libertarian party account or whatever, but I think they took it down. About how the minimum wage is apocalyptic, bro. You realize rents are going to skyrocket for market rate housing. How skyrocket? I don't know, maybe. VoteVet said that it supports veterans, but it failed to mention and commemorate the Abbey Gate attack victim, 13 Marines. What? Who? What are we? Huh? Who? What? What are we talking about? Who? For what?
The minimum wage is an apocalyptic policy.
Apocalyptic.
He's paid $3 an hour to sweep floors and clean toilets. His boss would like to pay him less, ideally nothing, but he cannot do this because John's boss is in competition with other capitalists who have bid John's wage up to $3 an hour. This sets a lower limit on how much his boss can get away with paying him. There's also an upper limit set by how much extra revenue capitalists can make by hiring John. Perhaps John pays only $4 an hour for capitalists. Thus, nobody will be willing to pay him any more than this. Therefore, if a minimum wage of $9 an hour is set, John will not be able to find any work, thus encouraging capitalists to automate his job or ship it overseas. After all, if a minimum wage of say $15 an hour is good, why not $80 or $100?
True. No one in economics has ever thought about margins before. No one in economics has ever thought about trade-offs on the margin before. If raised minimum wage is good, why not $20 trillion minimum wage?
Or said it to be the entire quantity of gold ever mined by humanity. After all, pieces of paper cannot make humanity richer. So if a minimum wage works, it should also work.
True. I've read Krugman's Babysitting Co-op. Yes.
For a gold standard. What this all means is that a minimum wage implies that capital is shifted away from that optimal arrangement that the market tends towards, raising time preference in the process, which means that saving is reduced. Therefore, the minimum wage is destructive of current capital and a hampering force against future capital, which means that the minimum wage is an apocalypse.
It's like, bro, okay. I don't even like minimum wages, bro, but apocalyptic, bro. We're saying it's apocalyptic based on like level 1 analysis of like marginal productivity. Is like, okay, dog. Yeah, I think we're going a little far here, brother. But all right. But it was posted on this Twitter account, and they like deleted it or whatever. Everyone makes sure to criticize LP National way more than they were getting before. They posted my video, then deleted it after criticism from Prags. Show them that the Zai can bring it back. Grant them their premise. If public backlash is enough to be their guide, then guide them. Like, okay, bro. It wasn't even a controversial video. Oh my God, what's it? Why even, dude?
$0.00. That was the headline of an editorial in one of America's most prestigious newspapers. Can you guess which one? The Wall Street Journal, perhaps. Right city, wrong paper. This editorial appeared in the New York Times in 1987. There's a virtual consensus among economists, the Times wrote, that the minimum wage is an idea whose time has passed.
Card Kruger was not like, I'm not going to defend necessarily the merits of the actual Card Kruger paper itself, but Card Kruger was 1994, 1995, right? Like, really, bro?
So economists and the liberal paper were on the same page.
That's obviously, I'm assuming most of my audience knows, but like, this is one of the first papers that sort of challenged the idea that minimum wage would lead to some like substantial, significant increase in unemployment. There were people, I haven't read super far into it. People have identified kind of issues with the data, like the paper itself used or whatever, or with the methods exactly used. But like, this is it's a paper that like started realizing it made economists realize they should start looking more into this, and economists did more empirical research. And again, I'm not even a big minimum wage guy. In my ideal society, we would not even have a minimum wage, but this is a paper that sort of changed a lot of economists' mind on that. And the idea, like, why are we citing a New York Times headline from 1987 when that's before one of the biggest papers that started changing the economist profession's mind on this? Like, let's just look at the polling nowadays of what percent of economists support a minimum wage, and like, it's relatively high. I forget.
Grassroots_hegemon is a great guy, emo. You've got some awesome viewers. Do you want to steal man Pisco's position that all he believes in is law, but words
I don't think that's what
ultimately
Pisco
have no
said.
meaning/just constructs?
I appreciate the $12, Michael, again. Grassroots Hegemon is a great guy, indeed. I do. All my viewers are awesome. So, to Pisco's position, it's not that all he believes in is law. Pisco's position, but it was a bad paper. I've read, the only thing I've seen on it is in the book I read in Sweatshop, Benjamin Powell's book. He talks about issues that people have found in it or whatever. And I'm sure there are plenty of issues in hindsight we can see of it. I mean, obviously, it won the Nobel Prize for its, like, was it like for the identification strategy or whatever? It was just like, I think the reason it won the Nobel Prize is not actually because it was like a super solid paper, just because it had a novel strategy or whatever. No, Gregor didn't prove the raising minimum wage doesn't increase unemployment. Some claim tributes go a bit too far. Barack Obama wrote something similar. Best known working minimum wage, 1994, and then they employed a clever solution to the standard problem with empirical studies of effects of policy changes, how to determine what would happen in the counterfactual world when policy didn't change. To overcome this, Card Kruger exploited a natural experiment. New Jersey was set to, like, this is the thing, it won the Nobel Prize just for, like, using this strategy, right? I don't think it won the Nobel Prize because it was, like, a good paper in its own right, necessarily, but surveyed fast food chains, familiar with this, blah, blah, blah. Sure enough, they did find a change. Employment increased. A little bit. Oh, shit. Grassroots touch about things for $5.
Chapping Bro slanders me like that again, he'll start talking about universal basic prison. No one is equal until everyone is equally incarcerated.
That's true. That's true, Nuke, one might say, actually. By the way, that reminds me of something. Hold on, let me write. I'm going to finish this rant first, and then talk about the Pisco thing, and then get to never mind or something. But I appreciate $5 for Astros Hegemon again. Goated. See, this is why all the YouTube viewers are goated. Okay. They thought they carried out the first wage survey a few weeks before the minimum wage increase. New York New Jersey law mandated the increase was enacted back in early 1990. That is, fast food chains had 2 years to prepare for a policy change. Employers typically don't like to fire workers, so rational strategies to prepare for the policy change would have been to reduce employment through attrition and anticipation of policy change rather than the issue of morale crushing pink slips on March 31st, 1992. Indeed, Carr-Kruger's first wave survey showed Pennsylvania restaurants averaged 23.3 full-time equivalent employees, while New Jersey restaurants averaged 20.4. Might respond to his objection by asking why didn't the Pennsylvania restaurant staff decline? Well, New Jersey restaurants had a very slight staff increase, but as they note in an article, the Mid-Atlantic experienced a recession that summer. Thus, it argued Pennsylvania restaurants responded to the tough economy by contracting their staff, while the New Jersey restaurants took a different action to stay afloat. But yeah, I'm not gonna, I don't believe the Carr-Kruger paper itself is like talk shit about Pisco. I'll get the Pisco in a second. Okay, I'm gonna defend Pisco. I have nothing. I don't have anything. I don't think I have any shit to say about Pisco. But again, the Carr-Kruger thing, the paper itself. There are issues like this. I think there are more issues than just this one, by the way. But like, my point is simply, you should not be, the idea that you're going to look at a New York Times, presumably opinion article from like 1987 before Carr-Kruger to try to show the minimum wage is bad is absurd. That's stupid. Anyway, okay. With the Pisco thing, so grassroots hedge fund. Oh, sorry, wait. Was it Michael? Or it was Michael. Do you want to steel man Pisco's position that all he believes in is law, but words ultimately have no meaning / just constructs? So, I don't believe Pisco said that all he believes in is law. He said that the American moral proposition is largely an adherence to the principles laid out in our Constitution. That I think he also said, as I said, it encompasses more than just that, by the way. It also it has to encompass some idea of like the beliefs of the populace at the time and how those beliefs have evolved as well. And Pisco said explicitly in the debate, I bet I could find this, his personal moral philosophy includes some adherence to the American moral prospect, but it's not solely the American moral prospect. So I don't believe Pisco ever said that the only thing he believes in is law. I think he just simply said a large part of what the American moral prospect is an adherence to the principles in our Constitution, and it should not be more. It shouldn't be any more like narrowly defined than that. Because again, like one of the issues we raise is that obviously I think Ryan and Gen Z in that debate are defining the American moral prospect so narrowly to apply to almost no one, even on the right. Certainly the general populace, I don't even think they could lay out the principles of, believing in natural rights, either God granted or as platonic forms. Like they're not gonna know that stuff even. Please do. He navigated a description of the AMP. He hinted at it. He poked around. I bet I could find it. I might take if I can control F the transcript, I can probably find it relatively quickly. But what's the name of that fucking place that surveys economists? I think it's a university. They sent out the poll. Economist. Did you see beefing with Iglesias over price controls on stadium beers? I saw a little bit of that, but I did not. I just saw either one Iglesias tweet or one of his fucking detractors quote tweeting him. But I didn't look too far into that. Yeah, Ken Clark Setter. Thank you. Yes, CC money. Yes, hell yeah. Okay. Just look at Kent. Is it yeah. Clark minimum wage, and I bet there's gonna be something from like 2020 or something. And it's going to be like, most economists support like a $12 an hour minimum wage or something. Raising the federal minimum wage to $9 per hour would make it noticeably harder for low-skilled workers to find employment. 34% agree, 24% uncertain, 32% disagree, 0% strongly disagree. No opinion, 3%. And this is 2013. There's got to be something more recent by that. This is weighted by confidence, 38% disagree, 40% agree, 22% uncertain. Most importantly, Ace Moglo, disagree. Okay, so it's 50-50? Yeah. Like, that's my conception, is it's... Yeah. Pretty close to 50-50, but... Springo is right, he didn't tell us what the ask really was, so I didn't even know what he wanted me to concede. Were you there? What do you mean? What he wanted you to concede? Proposition, but it I'm gonna have to try to think. I was, but you weren't. Were you there for like the open panel or something? Like, you might have been watching. I don't know what you mean by. I didn't know what he wanted me to concede. In law, for example, and like if you want
worth respecting, I think that we do. But to underscore the untenability of your position, that mere adherence to DEI means
claims about like natural rights. I'd have to remember the way Pisco phrased it so I could try to find it. I bet we mentioned Constitution too many times. I haven't seen anything in Twitter lately. The app has been taking 5 minutes to load, so I just close out of it. Damn. Probably for the better. True. I mean, it probably realistically probably is for the better. Dude, I don't think the new Twitter chat seems a little bit buggy as well, but other than that, my Twitter's been mostly fine. I mean, sometimes get off Blue Sky too. No, you get on Blue Sky. This is the solution. All you need is Blue Sky and Threads, okay? For when Twitter doesn't work.
Quote he just read out, broken.
Like we say Constitution 74 times, it would be...
understand that as a commitment just to the rule of law and the Constitution of the United States. And I don't understand that term to be more narrow than that. I mean, it's all well and good to reference the natural rights philosophies of the framers and stuff, but they were not in agreement of what those terms that they were talking.
So that's him saying, like, he doesn't understand the American moral proposition to be more narrow than a commitment to the rule of law and the Constitution. And then somewhere he says, I believe, like, we should not always, like, strictly adhere to that. Like, his personal philosophy, although it would, like, include largely an adherence to that, is not always gonna do that. Like, we moral 500 times. Personal.
Moral philosophy includes a dedication.
Here it is. Yeah, right here. Okay, listen and learn, okay? I remember the debate. Okay, I was there. I was, and YouTube is breaking. There we go.
The American moral proposition.
And I'll just be the dumb blonde on the screen. But I think this tied back to Gen Z attorney saying that the contradiction between the negative and the positive rights. And that would also tie here.
So my moral philosophy includes a dedication to the American moral proposition, but it's not an exhaustive thing, right? So like the American moral proposition.
Get owned, destroyed. I remember. Okay.
Is just one component of my personal philosophy, but just the American moral proposition isn't enough to get you to good government. That when I say that I think that my personal morality is like preferable to one that is only
his philosophy. Yeah, he's just saying
to the rule of law. Yeah, I want more than that.
He's saying he doesn't only. This is him saying the American moral prospect. It does not encompass my entire philosophy. So I think when you say, like for example earlier, like I think you said like Pisco only believes in law or whatever. That's not true. He's saying his moral philosophy includes other things than just adherence to the American moral prospect, which he views as, you know, in large part a commitment to the Constitution and rule of law. Like, what was it exactly? Do you want to steal in Pisco's position that all he believes in is law, but words ultimately have no meaning / just constructs? Saying AMP is not enough, but AMP is undefinable. He's saying, as he understands the term American moral prospect, that does not encompass that does not encompass this entire moral philosophy as it does essentially for Ryan and Gen Z. That's what he's saying. But he's also saying, like he said in the debate, like, you know, American moral prospect is not like a commonly used term. I don't know if he ever said that there is this explicitly, but there's probably not. I don't believe there should be like one permissible, a singular permissible definition of American moral prospect. It seems like too vague of a term to really only have one acceptable definition. But I don't know if Pisco ever explicitly said that. It's a duplicitous argument, just to rule out a constitution. What is duplicitous about it? I don't. He's saying, Pisco at the beginning of the debate said, you know, I understand the American moral proposition to largely mean a commitment to the rule of law and to the Constitution. And later, he stated, the American moral proposition is not that like part of my philosophy would include some adherence to that, but it's not encompassing. But it's not my whole thing.
That when I say that I think that my personal morality is like preferable to one that is only dedicated to the rule of law. Yeah, I want more than that. But it's just an understanding of what these terms mean. And so when you say I've abandoned the American moral proposition, that's also sneaky. Me saying the American moral proposition is not comprehensive of my entire philosophical outlook is just me acknowledging that my personal morality isn't the American moral proposition. They're not coextensive, and neither is yours. And so, of course, that my ethics is more than.
Yeah. What these terms means if it's super malleable. I mean, so like the term American moral proposition again. It's not a very commonly used term, and I don't think it's particularly clear what all the terms in that term, like what all the words in that term, like themselves, even strictly mean. Like I don't think it's so. It might not be super malleable, but I don't think it's so strict so as to only have one permissible like definition that is like objectively true or whatever. You cut my boy not on out of thumbnail, so fuck that's true. You know, I don't know. I like on Pisco comment section I like control F and like just search by name just because I was curious, and I noticed you commented that. Sauce Rama has my back. Okay, he's goated. My goat. Truest non-fun fan out there. Did he really? I mean, I would imagine like not super intentionally, or like I don't like it was not like I fucking hate this non-fun guy, I'm not gonna include him in my thumbnail. I think it was, one, I'm the least recognizable, and two, you don't want to have that many faces in a thumbnail. Like, people recognize Sarah, people recognize Ryan, people obviously recognize Pisco, and Pisco is on Pisco's channel, so he wants to make his face the biggest, right? And like I don't know if people recognize Gen Z, to be fair, but you know, bro, weak sauce. What is weak sauce? Fame was the best on his side. True. There are plenty of, you know, and I make my own thumbnails. Pisco does not, as far as I know, make his own thumbnails. plenty of videos on my channel where there are people in the debate on my side or on the other side as well that I did not include in the thumbnail. Okay, you know, like if I'm on a Wick panel, like a lot of times it's more important for me to put Wick in the thumbnail because Wick is recognizable than it is for me to put whoever I'm debating in a thumbnail because they're not as like recognizable, or you know who I'm debating with. Like, yeah.
Unintended.
There's got to be a more recent one, by the way, than 2013, right? Still diss your enemies, not your allies. For real. Well, I mean, you want the clicks, bro. Yeah, like 15. This has to be like 2020 or whatever. 2015. I mean, it's gotta be negative for 2015. 15 was probably way too much for 2015. Explain why you think Israel's so unpopular with Gen Z. I don't like. I'm not gonna have a good explanation for that, bro. I don't know. Some of it is gonna be. It's gonna be. My guess would be it's some combination of social media, which just allows both like images and narratives to spread more easily than you know, previously with mainstream media, and that allows 2022. Okay, thanks. That allows for both, you know, figures like Nick Fuentes, for example, or like Hassan or whatever, to say shit about Israel that people get parasocially attached to and believe or whatever. And it also allows for like directly, speak for your generation, people, not find true. It allows like directly images of the war in Gaza, right, to spread really quickly and be framed, you know, however they want. And misinformation can spread really quickly too. There's so many like viral, there was like one really viral image of like supposedly expired food being dropped on Gaza or whatever. And it was just like this straight up like, you know, just not the type of food that we are airdropping into Gaza. It was just like obviously not true, but nonetheless, like it got millions upon millions of views and very few people see the corrections. And thirdly, like it might just be like, I think Israel just does do like more fucked up things nowadays than they, well, not just it. Cause I think like, obviously I think certainly like the actions of a lot of the people in 1948 in Israel, because they didn't even have like an IDF back then, right? It was just the militants, the pro-Jewish terrorists were more, to a large extent, fucked up than they are today. But like I think, like historically, Israel probably had like more just reasons for going to war, and like boomers could see that, and Gen Z like does not see that. Like in our lifetime, like Israel has always been the more powerful force, and they've always been to some degree occupying Palestine. What's up, Jack? Welcome back. Oh, it went to shit when boomers got on Facebook. For real.
Why? Because
I love my parents. It wasn't easy for their gen, but they gave into slop, sadly. Horrible. Horrible.
they understood that a minimum wage does not guarantee jobs. It guarantees
Bro.
only that those who get jobs will be paid at least that minimum. And that leads...
Okay. %62% oppose here, and 38% support. And this is $15 an hour.
to two bad outcomes.
In 2022.
Unemployment and higher prices. I can best explain this
parents
by
are
asking a
millennials.
simple question. What is a wage? A wage is the
Woke.
price of labor. Now, what happens if the
I don't know. My parents don't count as boomers, do they? My parents are 50 and like 55, 54 or something.
price of labor rises not because workers have become more productive, not because a business must pay higher wages to hold on to valuable employees, but only because the government requires it. When the minimum wage
OMG, Perry.
rises, employers will adjust.
I just got rage baited
They
and
will
clicking
use
it
less labor.
on Twitter.
They'll
Okay.
fire current employees or cut back on their hours. They will also raise prices for their goods or services. These are undesirable consequences. But let's also consider another bad effect.
Desirable.
Businesses will hire fewer workers, especially those with little or no job experience.
That's true.
Maybe you've never...
There's like some, like if you look at, I think there's a paper about the effects of minimum wage on disabled people, for instance, and that did like you do see the workers sort of on the margin, like disabled workers or whatever are obviously the ones most severely affected, but okay.
But those who
don't
have
care.
minimum wage jobs will get a wage increase. But that doesn't mean they'd be better off. It's true that the government can force business owners to pay its minimum wage workers more per hour.
Oh, but they can cut hours. True. Have economists ever considered this? Have economists ever looked at the net increase after accounting for the fact that hours are cut too? Oh, that's crazy. Okay. Gen X millennials are the only ones holding it all together at this point. Gen Z will pick it up if slash when we give into the slop ourselves. Maybe. There's a lot of slop on Facebook though, bro. Boomers can't tell what AI is, so. Okay, is this the only criticism of the Clark Kruger paper in this post or whatever? Poses a problem for Clark Kruger's monopsony hypothesis. Apparently, the restaurant owners weren't sitting on excess rents. They just had wrestled away from workers. The phenomenon is a good fit with my hypothesis suggesting that they weren't many excess rents to begin with. And for worth noting, price increases are an odd behavior in a recession. So Clark Kruger's conclusion is certainly wrong. No more than their paper proved. Standard economic theory on the employment effects of minimum wage is certainly wrong. These arguments and research are simply bits of evidence in the effort to determine the effects of minimum wage. If you remember Bayes' theorem, they are tiny polls in the intellectual tug of war to accurately predict outcome of minimum wage policy change, and there are plenty of other tugs out there. True. Okay. I take radical position. I don't even think minimum wage should be raised, but it should be not be raised. Sorry. It should be abolished, and Congress should use the power under the Commerce Clause to prohibit state and local minimum wage. I'm not sure I think society's better off having lots of entry-level jobs, so the new workers are more easily gain experience. True. Don't be pompous fun. It won't be long before you can't tell either, I'd wager. Well, that's true, and like, but the issue, boomers can't tell what's obviously AI, and like, this is, what the hell? 6 pages, bro? Incredible. And they don't have like, it's harder to, I can't teach an old dog new tricks. It's harder like to teach boomers about like what to look for to determine if something's AI or not. But yeah, to be clear, Pisco was not arguing that Oli believes in his law. Okay. It's not my understanding of his argument. He explicitly said, my, moral philosophy would include some adherence to the American moral prospect. It's just simply not all encompassing. Okay. It's not literally my entire moral philosophy as it essentially is for Ryan and Gen Z. To a large extent. Convenient how that works. And maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'll set up a conversation with Ryan at some point just about, or maybe Gen Z too if he wants to. I don't know what Gen Z's whole thing is, but just on like utilitarianism. I don't know, bro. It just seems, it seems crazy. It just seems crazy that am I just un-American? Am I fundamentally, can I not be an American if I just like am a consequentialist? if I just read some Jeremy Bentham, okay. If I read some fucking, not his broader philosophy, the AMP. We're talking about for Pisco or what? If you want to pick this back up on, give it to me straight. What Pisco thinks AMP is, if not just law. The American moral prospect, Pisco said, is largely a commitment to rule of law and the Constitution. That is true. He did say that. He did also, I know later in the debate, say you should encompass the like other ideals, like in ideas in the American populace at the time and how they have evolved. But it's not his personal philosophy. God, what was the phrasing he used? Both now and at the time.
Pisco?
Yeah, I think it also needs to make sense to add on to that, and then I want to just ping Gen Z real quick. Add on to that, I think it needs to. It can't just be the framing generation. It also needs to include like the development over time that has existed, and how we've added on to that, and make sense of some kind of unity across time and geography. And
Fun is anti-Yank confirmed. What? I'm anti-Yank, bro. I'm the biggest gooner out there. What?
That the thing that does that is the Declaration of Independence as understood by Ryan and Gen Z. Then I just think that like that wasn't a universally held view, the way in which they're presenting it. And there are ways in which their vision of the Declaration of Independence or how they view it was inconsistent by like everyone in the founding generation. And the only thing left to distinguish the DEI people from the Thomas J's is this like vague notion of directionality, which I don't even think makes sense. To Gen.
Yeah, like I don't think like Pisco was not saying it just. To be fair, in its opening, I don't believe he mentioned anything other than law in the opening. Although I don't think he said the law was all encompassing. But regardless, even to the American moral prospect. I prefer Maxwell's equation in GA differential form. What the hell? P fair to me, Fawn. I wasn't being crazy in my claim. I don't think like you were being intentionally dishonest or like super crazy. Like I think it's. So when I read the claim you made or whatever, the thing you said, the impression I get is not just Pisco's view on the American moral prospect, but also Pisco's personal morality. But maybe like you get a different impression. I'm trying to find the super chat. Do you want to steel man Pisco's position that all he believes in is law? So when you say that, I get more than just Pisco's view of the American moral prospect. But words ultimately have no meaning / just constructs. I mean, I also like. I think. I don't know what that. Like, I think Pisco is just saying he's essentially like he said definitions aren't truth apt, which I agree with, and that he said moral anti-realist or whatever, which I don't think is indefensible, but you know, whatever. Regardless, okay. Okay, I want to get through these things. But also, there's... God, I don't want to do philosophy. Dude, I don't think we're going to watch all this. I don't care. I don't give a fuck, although it's not that long. I was excited for this too, bro. I was excited for this. Because Tessie did like research for the abortion debate or whatever. Dude, RFK ruined hot Cheetos. Was it artificial colors? I know he wanted to get rid of artificial coloring. Is there some other thing that's affecting hot Cheetos specifically? See, I'm white. I don't actually. I can't even eat a whole bag of hot Cheetos without like in one sitting. Okay, it's too much for me. Yes, let's make all food brown. The real reason it's bad is because artificial red food dye, or one of the main alternatives to artificial red food dye, a natural one, is made via crushing insects. Okay, and it increases insect suffering dramatically. Horrible. Flamin' Hot Cheetos will no longer be red following dye removal. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Ruined. Oh no. Oh no. I don't care. I mean, I don't actually think From what I've seen, artificial food dye is just not strictly harmful, but regardless. This is so dumb. I didn't know that. Wowza. Yeah, it's horrible. Horrible. Red dye. Crushed. Beetles. I have to be careful that I don't, I mean, I'm not like especially careful. Maybe I don't check everything as much as I should, but if so, you know, there's some candy or whatever that has red dye in it, like I don't think I've had Skittles since I went vegan, but Skittles might use it. Like I have to be careful to make sure it doesn't have some of this in it. So all this time I ate smashed insects. I mean, I think it's more common that people use artificial dyes than the natural dye made from insects, is my understanding. But in the future, you might be forced to. If they had done this under Obama, one the right would have screamed socialism. That is true, I believe. But yeah, the left would praise it as caring for more than people in corpse. I mean, maybe. I think it's certainly likely that a lot of people would have done that. Although, to be fair, I think like legitimately banning all artificial food dyes, I think would be kind of far for a lot of leftists as well, or left-leaning people. I shouldn't just say leftists.
Thank you all so much for coming, and a big thank you to Destiny for making it.
Like I said, I don't care to watch this whole thing. I was disappointed by it. The format sucks. Okay, the fact they discussed for basically not even an hour because a lot of this is Q&A shit.
Kidnapped and raped in Mexico. The doctor that left him speak. Leon, her daughter.
Like Leela starts with her whatever emotional
I saved
thing or
my
whatever.
daughter's life, and she saved mine. Liana's story frame always wrong to intentionally kill. Here to debate.
But
Should abortion be legal?
This shit is crazy. Okay, this made me want to game it. This made me want to abort myself. What am I saying?
Here is the core case that I present. It is always wrong to intentionally kill an innocent human life.
I don't know how Leela is still using this argument. Like that's just obviously the fact she uses always is so fucking stupid. That's just obviously wrong. If you had to kill a 90-year-old man to stop the Holocaust, you should do that. One ought do that. That's not. It is not a like. It doesn't. Wrong to intentionally kill an innocent human life in that case. And like more importantly, probably than just that, like, you know, she's saying always, and obviously always is a stupid fucking word to use there. Like you're just smuggling in the premise that like a fetus is a person, because either like when you say innocent human life, you know, the claim you actually have to defend there is that being a human life is the thing that's like worth defending in and of itself. That's the thing that makes you like a person entitled to stuff or whatever. And there are issues with the innocence thing too. I read there's a good post on it, and Moxie gave it to me. It's a human and alive, crazy, but it's either morally irrelevant or false. And it goes over to innocent stuff, but one might say that a human being is just an existing thing that is biologically human. On this definition, fetus is definitely human, it exists. And it's not if dolphin fetus or some other non-human species. Under definition, a human being is a human organism. On this definition too, fetuses are human beings. Both of these are not morally significant. Imagine a being that looks and behaves exactly like a human. Like obviously, you'd probably care more about a robot or some alien or some other sentient being that behaved exactly like a human than if it even didn't have human DNA, than a person that, or you know, someone who like didn't have a brain at all, but nonetheless was a living human organism. Their definitions: a human being is a person. On this definition, human being is a claim fetus is a human being. It's just a claim that it's a person. It's poor to simply assert this in the argument against abortions. It's precisely the claim that needs a defense. Like, yeah, obviously. But the innocent thing is, I mean, they go through the, you know, innocent claims here or whatever, but obviously it's not like morally relevant whether or not the fetus is like guilty of a crime. But doesn't he defend abortion up until birth in this debate? Yeah, I don't like that, but his argument was not that it was moral, to be fair. It was that it was he simply like didn't say it was he said like, oh, if you restrict abortion, it's a common liberal like argument or whatever, because most abortions done late term are like for the sake of life of the mother. If you try to restrict that, you're going to end up hurting woman rather than like actually helping just prevent elective abortions. But I don't know, like maybe never done a deep dive or anything. Maybe I'm wrong, but certainly it seems like we should be able to write laws to make it very clear life of the mother is an exception, and like with a doctor's approval, you should be able to get an abortion at late term or whatever. Then why not make carve-outs for that? Well, we already do make carve-outs for that for some extent, but again, the argument is, even in states that like have those carve-outs or whatever, we still see examples of women getting denied care. And again, like I don't know how true that is. Certainly feels like I said, we should be able to write laws that have carve-outs that are easy enough for that. I forgot to ask, how many shrimp stocks am I allotted under the E computation, given the massive pleasure I receive? I mean, the E computation? I don't know. I don't know what you mean by E computation. I'm not convinced that you receive more pleasure from shrimp than it's worth the painful way all the poor shrimp die.
Abortion is the act of intentionally killing an innocent human life. Therefore, abortion is always wrong and must be illegal.
Bro,
let's be clear about what abortion actually is, because it's often used in conversations and debates.
Expected value, bro. I don't usually see people doing that for expected value, but okay.
Mystically. Abortion is the direct and intentional killing of a preborn child. Abortion kills a child via multiple methods. One of them includes a child being ripped apart limb from limb while still alive.
Then we just do this
with forceps or vacuum suction.
Weird emotional shit again. There's no actual defense.
Stabbing the child in the heart or the brain with a large needle, injecting poison that can cause a heart attack. Or it can involve draining the child's blood until some previous comments that Destiny has made, including in...
She gives her opening, bullshit, and then Destiny gives opening. And they get, I don't even think Destiny gets through its opening. I think it's interrupted.
The time.
Thank you for your...
In her religious beliefs, her secular argument for a pro-life position is nothing more than...
Thank you for your opening remarks, Destiny. That's the time.
Thank you for your comments. And
then there's weird cuts in the video, which a lot of the comments mentioned, because they cut out like all the moderator transition stuff. Why should we kill a person at 40 weeks if it causes mental health problems for the mother? Easy money. I don't think... I'm just so curious where you think I ever defended that.
In remarks, Destiny.
FML, I don't know. I can't tell where the neck ends and the head starts, but I can tell you that when the axe will hit only the head. True. All this woman does is debate abortion law. No, what do you mean? She also debates why the sexual revolution was bad and why Islam is bad. Actually, I don't know if she debates why Islam is bad, but it's just a lot of videos on our YouTube channel about that. I noticed that when I just looked it up. Yeah, another thing that's crazy, and obviously her opening statement being that crazy gets, it's part of my suspicion or reason for suspecting this. I don't think Lita Rose knows any like actual serious like philosophy stuff. I think she just has mastered the dialogue tree on abortion and just does that.
So first of all, Destiny...
This is literally law in 10 states. Yeah, and I said I literally said I disagree with them. I said I disagree with Destiny. I said I didn't like that.
His entire case, I want to respond to some of the things he said and debunk them. But first of all, his entire case rests on this idea that it's okay to exclude an entire group of human beings from legal protection, that meaning it should be a free-for-all to end their lives, and we should permit the ending of their lives based on what standard? And he sort of referenced a standard of consciousness, because he made some comment about how at the end of life we should be able to identify what is different, what makes a person's life end, and therefore at the beginning of life we should look to that same standard for the beginning of the life, which never backing up that statement. I want to present as an example the case of Jax. Jax is...
True. This was fucking stupid too, but I don't think Destiny responded to this well, and to some extent you might have to bite a bullet in like some hypothetical cases there, but I don't know if this would ever work in this format or whatever. It's frustrating that they didn't get much one-on-one time, and the one-on-one time they had scheduled was like they both were supposed to just do like 5 rapid. Oh shit! What the hell? Oh, why the Discord notification sound just did not work? What's up?
That's right. Jump scare. Do you know what happens today? Do you know what happens today?
I don't.
Today, wait, my charger broke. What the fuck? Today's the last day you're gonna hear from a demon called Gabriel Zuckman. And do you know why?
Oh, that's true. Yeah, because he's debating that that other dude, but it's in French, right? Do we know if they're subtitling it in English?
That's right. Gian, I hope.
Hopefully.
I hope. Yeah, that's right.
Wait, what time is that?
Yeah, I don't know. For me, it's 7. I don't know what time is it.
Yeah, damn.
All I know is that I'm demanding total Zuckman death. Total Zuckman death. Absolute and complete destruction. No compromise. No compromise. Either way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go and not talk to women. Okay.
Based. Okay. That's all you had to say. That's all you wanted to.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to remind you.
Okay. Based.
That's right.
Yeah. Morley Lotus speaks French low. She can save us. There's I don't know where to find it. What's up, Chessbox TV? The streets love Big Fawn. This is true. Welcome back, Chessbox TV. It's true. The streets were missing me when I was gone for a week because YouTube gave me a strike. So make sure to like the stream, folks. The algorithm doesn't hate me, but nice to see you back. What's the thing? I know Gabriel Zuckman's debating some dude. It's on a Twitch channel and it's in French, so I don't know. I don't think they're gonna do like live transcription, but we'll see. And I also don't know what time it is. It's not just this, is it? No, that's like forever ago. I remember Decker tweeting about it. This 8 p.m. but that's got to be 8 p.m. Francis time, right? Yeah, I don't know if it'll be in English, but once they put out the transcript or whatever, or someone does, we can look through it. I'm sure it'll cite some studies and stuff we can look through later. Are you chewing gum, or did you alter your mic settings? Fun ASMR mouth sound. It might just be because my mouth is kind of dry right now. It might be. I guess I could. I don't know if I could prevent that with my filters without just cutting out the rest of my voice. But why did YouTube strike you? Well, Counterpoints plays copyrighted music like minutes at a time. Reliability is wide low. It wasn't a copyright strike. It was a community guideline strike. A lot of times with music, they'll just like the rights holder will get any of the money from the stream, basically. Jubilee does the same thing a lot of times. It's rare that they actually like remove the video. Sometimes they do. But I got a community guideline strike for cyberbullying and harassment. Okay. Put it back.
A young boy who died at age 5. He was born with severe anencephaly, so he was not able to have most of the conscious experience that any other person in this room may enjoy. And Jax was missing.
But you know what? It's crazy too. All these people like simultaneously try to like, oh, doesn't he? Blah 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 blah. You say consciousness matters, but here's an example of someone who you always notice they say like doesn't have most of the consciousness or whatever because they all believe hydrocephalic infants have some degree of consciousness. Like they all believe even Terry Schiavo like has some degree of consciousness. So like their own argument doesn't necessarily work unless like you view a personhood as like you have to have some sufficient level of sentient experience to be considered a person, and hydrocephalic infants in some cases at least don't meet that level. But like you just hold, you could just hold, you know, I believe a person is any living human organism that has at one point in time reached some degree of sentience, and avoid like all these issues entirely. And that's it. Like, you know, that's not necessarily the view of person that I subscribe to, but like just believing that personhood has to have some mental component to it is like a relatively modest claim. But okay.
Pretty much all of his brain. He had his brain stem still intact.
Jubilee is such a crybaby for real. I don't, the frustrating thing is that, like, Jubilee, if I live stream their content and react to it, they will, like, take the video down a lot of times. But I can upload my reaction to it, and they don't take the video down. They don't care about that. They just take the money from it. And I don't get why they take the live stream down, but they don't take the video down. They just take the money. I'd be perfectly okay with them just taking the money from the live stream. But regardless, I still want to know how many weeks before it takes shrimp sentience before hatching after only 4 to 6. I have no clue, Michael. I don't know. I'm not familiar with shrimp development. But
by Destiny's argument, Jax would be less of a person, less status of a person because he is missing most of his brain. Your brain does not make you a human. Your body parts do not make you a human. It is your composite that makes you a human. And Jax, just like every other human life, should be protected.
I mean, is your composite?
We don't protect people based on their development. We don't protect people based on their powers. We don't protect people even based on whether or not they are conscious.
What's up, the Trib? I'm ready for people to welcome back. By the way, I'm ready for people to have the most pro-life argument-winning debate. If they want, if their want for abortion being illegal countrywide happens, then what? I don't know what you mean.
Just in any given moment or have developed consciousness, we should protect people based on the fact that they're a member of the human species. Your membership in the human species should give you protection under our legal code. Any other argument leads to great injustice and has historically and continues to lead to that injustice today. Now, Destiny made a number of remarks here arguing.
Any organism, don't you think it takes an immense amount of time and biological resources for sentience to be worth defending? I don't know what you mean exactly, Michael. I'm not sure it classifies as like an immense amount of time and resources for sentience to be worth defending. I think sentience, to the degree that it exists in any creature, is worth defending in a sense that I think all sentience, like positive sentient experiences, are like just intrinsically good, and their negative ones are intrinsically bad. What about shrimp fetuses? I know. I certainly. It takes biological resources to have sentience. I saw your super chats in the A and B debate XD. Oh yeah, the Trib was there. I remember that. Donated a lot to Sarah. This debate form was stupid. It's a little traditional, but didn't allow them to get super animated. Anything? Yeah, I was complaining about that. It was super surface level. And yeah, the very little one-on-one time they had was all devoted to just like rapid fire questions they had for each other. Yeah.
Against my position, saying first of all that our position of making children in the womb legally protected would somehow mean that we would need to create legal identities for every unborn child. It's not workable. Therefore, he was arguing.
Oh, I don't even like that. Doesn't he use that argument? I don't think there's like there might be a good way to frame some of it, because if you really truly like, if you believe the zygote is like actually equivalent to a fully grown, you know, infant, morally speaking, like there probably should be some added protections that we have for pregnant people or whatever to try to stop miscarriages and stuff. But I don't like that. That's what you're talking about. But like, notice, and the format doesn't allow for that, and maybe it would look a lot more bad faith if you tried to do this shit in this format. But there's no. You should hold her to the position she's taking out, which is what I would call animalism, the belief that the thing that we are is the human organism. And you should just simply say, like, any time that she really, like...
Other argument leads to great...
is talking about this weird, like, potential issues with using consciousness or whatever, that really shouldn't be particularly relevant, because, you know, you could simply modify your view on personhood, like I was talking about earlier, to avoid a lot of those issues. I think the only thing you need to, like, actually accept that, you know, generally most abortions are acceptable, is that personhood has a mental component, that animalism is false. I don't think you have to I don't think you have to believe in any specific account of personhood beyond that. Even like you know, you could say, I believe a person is a human organism that has reached sentience at one point in time, some level of it at some point in time. You could put the threshold wherever, or you could subscribe to a psychological continuity view of personhood, and maybe you should have a point there, but it doesn't, like, that's not actually relevant. Easy defend sound arguments, but don't defend bad ones like Pisco is. Not one of pro-lifers winning the point I was making. It would be reality that mothers, doctors, and sometimes fathers would get life sentences for the crime of murdering a baby. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what you mean. Okay, sure.
It's okay to exclude an entire group of human beings.
Like I don't think Pisco's argument was bad. I think we had relatively similar arguments. The one thing I had on my argument that Pisco, I guess, didn't have, and we didn't really talk about this much in the debate, as I said, essentially, like, there are obviously values that people on the left have, and obviously people on the right have this too. Majority of American populace have this, that fall outside of, like, the very narrow natural rights propositions that Ryan and Gen Z were describing, right? Obviously, a lot of people on the left value equality, like, to a degree that it's outside the narrow scope of what the founders laid out in the Declaration of Independence and what people believe, like, natural rights entail. Now, it's also true that people on the right hold values far outside of that as well. You know, be it like traditional family, religious values that are not always necessarily aligned with the very narrow natural rights provided for, like, in the Declaration of Independence. But you know, the point I mentioned was that a lot of those values are they're in line with the realization of the goals of establishing those natural rights. Now, you know, you can dispute sort of like how effective these things are or whatever, but I think it is the case that, like, the goal of equality, the goal of having welfare programs and stuff, that is perfectly in line with actually achieving sort of degree of freedom that we want to, that we believe, like, natural rights are also going to be conducive to achieving. Ryan and Gen Z would just object to viewing rights as a means to an end as well. They would just think they're in large part the end of in itself. But
beings from legal protection, that meaning it should be a free-for-all to end their lives, and we should permit the ending of their lives based on what standard? And he sort of referenced a standard of consciousness, because he made some comment about how at the end of life we should be able to identify what is different, what makes a person's life end, and therefore at the beginning of life we should look to that same standard for the beginning.
What's up?
Non-fun really be like, I cannot believe I got a strike for bullying. How can that? Meanwhile, he platforms me calling for total Zuckman genocide. Total and complete. Not a single infant survives. Total Zuckman genocide. That's what I want.
Damn, that's true.
I hope you get a second strike.
There's hate speech against, yeah.
That's right.
Against leftists. I think I'll be talking to, oh, there he goes. Unbelievable. I'm assuming he's watching the stream. But for stream as well. I believe I'll be talking to Owen McDonald, if you guys know who he is, a socialist dude, in this weekend on Saturday and or Sunday. Probably Saturday is what we have planned right now, but we'll see.
Beginning of the life, which never backing up that statement.
If I donate to this stream, does the money go to APAC? Well, it funnels through a few places first. But yeah.
I want to present as an example the case of Jax. Jax is
the Shrimp Welfare Project is a front for APAC, in case you guys don't know.
Young boy who died at age 5. He was born with severe anencephaly, so he was not able to have most of the conscious experience that any other person in this room may enjoy. And
what's up, Logos Buddy? You should be anti-abortion pill.
Was missing pretty much all of his.
I mean, I'm not a localist. I do think Destiny did not do, like, particularly well in this debate, but
he had his brain stem still
I
intact.
don't know if I would say he won overall.
But Destiny's,
regardless, frustrated with the format and with the short length
argument, Jax would be less of a person, less status of a person, because he is missing most of his brain. Your brain does not make you a human. Your body parts do not make you a human. It is your composite that makes you a human, and Jax, just like every other human life, should be protected. We don't.
Yeah, that's stupid. The fucking, like, the human thing, like, either, like, human if you just mean like DNA or whatever, it's probably just morally irrelevant.
Protect people based on their development.
If human means person, then you would have to defend the claim. You'd have to, again, defend animalism. The claim that like what makes a person is simply being a unique human organism or whatever, which feels like it would run into a lot of issues with conjoined twins, for example. You can imagine even just like hypothetical. Well, you don't even have to imagine hypotheticals because there literally are conjoined twins who are essentially have two heads. Like there are conjoined twins who were joined at the at the like chest or whatever. Like those Abby and whoever girls, they have 2 arms, 2 legs. They each control one half. Clearly they're one like human organism, but they, have 2 heads. They're two distinct persons because they have 2 distinct minds.
We don't protect.
And there are other like Destiny, I think, gets to some of these arguments. Obviously, we consider you not being a person anymore once you lose the mind, once you lose the mental activity. We like you'd imagine if someone could only keep alive your brain and put it in a bionic body, or keep alive your body and just take most of your brain out, you would want, presumably you'd prefer them to keep your brain alive, or even just part of your brain, even just like the cerebrum and parts of your brain responsible for consciousness and memory, because that's the thing that we think makes us a person. Fawn, I struggle to see the difference between animalism and materialism. I get they're not exactly pointing the same thing, but can you tell them two apart? 2 cows or just 2 cows? Okay. I mean, materialism has different meanings in different contexts. Materialism is not like a view of personal identity. I don't think anyone uses materialism to describe a view of personal identity.
All of my money goes to IPAC. I just launder it through 700 different YouTube channels.
And I'm one of them. I appreciate the $5 gratitude, Hegemon. Hell yeah, I appreciate it. Let's fucking go. Straight to APAC, okay. Straight to, that's 30 shekels right there going to APAC, okay. I don't know what the conversion rate is. Never heard of animalism. So, like, animalism is simply the view, like that materialism is going to be, I don't even know what the broad definition of materialism is, because in different contexts, it's going to have a lot different meanings. Like, you could be a fucking Marxist dialectical materialist, okay, but you could also be a materialist in a sense that, like, you're not a, is dualist the other, like, theory of mind? Materialist can be like a theory of mind, but materialist is not a materialist theory of mind. Hold on. I think I might be kind of forgot this. Animalism is the belief that what constitutes a person is the human organism. The thing that makes you a person is the unique human organism. To argue abortion, effectively have to accept A, decently developed fetus as a person. B, killing that person is murder. C, even then, abortion is justified by X. I don't believe so, but okay. What do you mean by decently developed fetus? Philosophical subdiscipline of ontology. Animalism is a theory of personal identity that asserts that humans are animals. The concept of animalism is associated with philosophers, advocated by philosophers Eric T. Olson, Peter Van Inwagen, Paul Snowden, Stephen Blatty, David Henderson, David Wiggins, whatever. View contrast to positions such as John Locke's psychological criterion for personal identity or various forms of mind-body dualism, such as Richard Swinburne's account.
People based on their powers. They don't protect people even based on whether or not they're conscious in any given moment or have developed consciousness. We should protect people based on the fact that they're a member of the humans.
The brown cow and the spotted cow both just cows to me. Animalism, it's all downstream of... No, I don't know, Michael, I don't know what you're... I feel like I just... Maybe I don't understand the analogy. Animals is a belief that what constitutes a person is a theory of personal identity, that what persons are is simply a unique human organism.
Species. Your membership in the human species should give you protection under our legal code. Any other argument leads to great injustice and has historically and continues to lead to that injustice today. Now, Destiny made a number of remarks here arguing against my position, saying, first of all, that our position of making...
Was it really 6 mil or was that an overestimation? Thoughtful face emoji.
It was 6 million and not one less. Okay, I appreciate it. Thanks for the $5. Squirrel is still a squirrel. Wow, I've never considered this. I think this has a reference for the term animalism, but maybe I'm wrong.
Children in the womb legally protected would somehow mean that we would need to create legal identities for every unborn child. It's not workable, therefore, he was arguing, which is completely false, because you don't need to create legal documentation for unborn children. We've had abortion ban before, and we didn't need to do that, and we can have abortion ban now.
This human organism account, also known as a version of animalism, we each begin to exist with the creation of a particular human organism. We cease to exist when its organism stops functioning as an integrated whole, like...
We have in many states, and we don't need to do that. So that was an argument that I believe is
Schizo for seeing patterns in the clouds, or do you also see the similarities?
false. He also said that because miscarriage rates are so high, therefore that would mean that we cannot investigate every single death, and therefore it's not. We should just allow abortions to happen. I suppose is the argument there. Again, false. We have a 100% death rate as human beings. We will all die at one point or another in our life. We will have our life ended, and usually that will be when we are elderly. You don't investigate every person's death who is an elderly because we know that we have a natural lifespan. Similarly, because or some sort of legal guardianship that we've all enjoyed. All of us were ushered in safely, shepherded safely through pregnancy until birth, and we were all dependent.
True, but like, it's annoying, and like the format of debate kind of limits your ability to do this, and Destiny not do a good job or whatever, but she doesn't actually defend that view very much.
You can kill a person, or what you can do with this person's body. I will say that when we look at people who are in permanent vegetative states...
Did you see this whole vid chat? What do you mean?
Are never coming back when they've been kept on life support for some amount of time, and we see that there's some brain activity, we do terminate the vital functions of those people. You look at a corpse that is a human corpse, the same rights are not extended to the human corpse that is extended to a living, thinking, breathing human being. So clearly there's something more at play than just being a human or just having a human body. The thing at play is very clearly the capacity to deploy our minds. It's our minds, the things we are.
One thing Lita said later felt like a red flag to me.
When we speak of harm, we always
a rare flag, a red flag. What do you mean?
If I separate my arm from my body and somebody does a whole bunch of things to my separated arm, I wouldn't even...
I mean, she said, like, it's crazy. It is insane to me that like syllogisms she's using, obviously, like the first premise of it, it's just like obviously false. It's like, it is always wrong to kill an innocent human being. Like, really, bro? Like, obviously that's not the case. Obviously it's
refer
not
to
the
that thing
case.
as me anymore. It would just be my arm. But who is me? Who am I referring to? It's clearly the mind that's being deployed by my brain.
Like the fact she's using that, like I said, is I mean, that's a red flag that, like, you know, she's doing the dialogue tree that she has. I don't think she actually, like, if I asked her what animalism means, I'm not sure she could even define it, and she should definitely be able to do that, because that's the, like, view that she holds. Like, I don't think she actually takes the philosophy very seriously. I think I did like in Destiny's opening statement that he you know, talked about, you know, Leela's argument is her secular arguments are all a mask for her, like, actual deeply rooted, like, religious view of it.
I think it's very obvious to say as such. When we look at things like this common argument that's brought up is that, like, well, what about if a person is sleeping? What about if a person is, you know, they get knocked out on playing kickball too much or something? And the idea that these people have somehow temporarily lost their humanity, in my view, there's a person to speak of there when we talk about who might be unconscious. I can't speak of a person when I talk about a fetus as being unconscious. It's not conscious. It doesn't even have the capacity to become conscious. If a friend would have taken me to a McDonald's and we were to go outside and it was just a bunch of construction materials and he said, oh, sorry, it's McDonald's, but it's not going to be here for 9 months. I would say, this is not a McDonald's, bro. It's not even here yet. If a friend would have taken me to a McDonald's just closed 30 minutes ago and he said, hey, this is McDonald's, I promise, but it closed 30 minutes ago, I can see that it's there. It's just not currently performing the function that I would hope from a McDonald's, because
I think that and Destiny watched this debate before he did this debate. You might not have watched all of it. The Trent Horn dude, when he talked to Dustin Kremet or something. I don't know, Dustin abortion debate.
Today we have a very special discussion on the ethics of abortion.
Yeah, Kremet. Can people gain net marginal utility while sleeping? So like you are still to some degree sentient while like sleeping, right? So you can have good and bad experiences when you're sleeping. Bethan's Bulldog, you know, it's funny. I think literally today or yesterday, Bethan's Bulldog wrote an article about the nightmare dream suffering. Okay, you should aim to have good dreams. Okay, because obviously you're to some degree sentient while sleeping. You can have good and bad experiences while sleeping. You can have good and bad dreams. It's just not necessarily. It's not the case that or I'm unclear as to what you mean by like people gain net marginal utility. I'm not going to argue abortion way better if this chick wants to pro-life or argue on its behalf, but obviously, what are you in the waiting room for, grassroots? That thing debated Trent Horn and abortion or not? Yeah, he did. I argue political self-determination more than any. I care way more about the ethics. I don't give a shit about the localism stuff, bro. We talk about that way more.
A comatose person off life support, for example. But in these cases, also, if I'm a collection of thoughts, you know, where am I when
the comatose being into which my cerebrum is going to be implanted, that's also a living human organism. Presumably, we're not going to kill it.
Fuck. When did they actually?
An animal is too.
There's one point at which they talk about this when they are actually debating, I think.
In comatose.
These are both their just openings. Trent Horn did better than Leila. Trent Horn definitely did better than
The
Leila when he talked
cerebrum
to
on
Destiny.
Trent's view is my old comatose body, a separate human being with its own right to life. Is the organism the comatose body because it's not bound up with the bodily unity of the comatose body and hasn't been for a year.
Quick question on your thoughts and property rights argument on a body being your property. I mean, okay, I don't know. I guess. What's up? Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, so my question is if we got to a point where, yeah, can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'm looping through your mic, sorry. Yeah, but if we got to a point where you could pull somebody's brain out of their body, would it then be okay to do whatever you wanted to the body?
Not like. So I would say the body doesn't have intrinsic value, but I think just because it doesn't have intrinsic value doesn't mean it's necessarily okay to do whatever you want with it. I don't think a lot of things have intrinsic value. I don't think I don't think my house has intrinsic value, but it would be it would be immoral for someone to come burn my house down. But I guess presumably if we did a brain transplant, I would imagine in reality the body would have to be like burned or whatever. I believe that's what we do with when we amputate people's stuff, we burn their body parts because they're like a biohazard. But
sure.
I think it would probably it'd be immoral to the extent that it made sentient beings uncomfortable, to anything you did to the body, I guess.
I guess what I'm asking you is in a hypothetical where we could pull a brain out of a body and then pop it back in, and then you would suddenly have your own body back and you would have your own brain back and everything would be, just as it were. If you pop someone's brain out and then you went and chopped their arm off, to me, the way to think about it is that this is something that is not yours. It's not yours to unconsensually damage. You know what I mean? Like I view your own body as being part of your property. That is part of your that is the thing that you own by default. So
I don't think that's like. I don't think that's
be thought about, I guess. Or does it bear any
kind of?
consideration?
So
the
it's,
answer might be no.
I again, I would say like it's not like an intrinsic thing for me. I think property rights in general, I think are good, and I think sort of it's good to have a state that protects property rights. It's good that we have private property. It's good that you are able to own. I guess it's weird to say you own your body currently legally, but like you own your body to some extent, and presumably the case.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm no judgment there. I'm just curious about how you.
Sure. Yeah. It would all just be like instrumentally what's most valuable, and I think probably instrumentally what'd be most valuable is some, property rights with respect to your body, obviously. So.
Right. Yeah. Right. But where do they end? I mean, assuming the person gave you full permission, hey, go ahead, remove my brain. It's riddled with tumors. Pop this other one in there. We'll see what happens.
What are you saying? What are you saying? Remove you're removing the person's brain with tumors.
You gave the person permission to say, like, get rid of my tumor-addled brain and stick this other one in there. And the other person gave permission or whatever, or they're dead, or but they're not suffering brain death. Like their brain is still operational, but nothing else is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you're in the middle of the surgery, and some wild man comes in and chops off their arm with you would go, I didn't become a non-agent in the middle of that. Your agency.
It would just be obviously your
doesn't actually.
I wouldn't view it as like an intrinsic transgression against the body. I view it as a transgression against any of the subjects involved, so the surgeon and the people doing the surgery. The same way, like if someone came into a regular surgery and like just threw like all the tools on the ground, I don't have any intrinsic concern for the tools itself, but I care that the surgery is being prevented by it. So insofar as the surgery is good, obviously, but I don't.
Oh, okay.
I also don't know, like if you're saying we remove someone's tumor-ridden brain, like that person with they go with their brain. Like I think your consciousness comes from your brain, so you can't just like give yourself a new brain. That'd be a whole new person essentially. Like
it does, but now we have what if I pop my brain out and then you pop my brain exactly back in that intermittent, however long that took. If somebody came in and sawed my arm off, but after that I would wake up, I would become a perfectly functional agent, and I would just not have a fucking arm now. Would that person not have done something wrong? Would that
they obviously whatever. I wouldn't view it as an intrinsic transgression against the body. I'd view it as a transgression against any of the subjects involved who would be harmed by that action, including yourself once you wake up.
Yeah, so it's on the regaining of consciousness that the problem has occurred. Rather, then why is it bad to abuse?
Well, no, because what I'm saying is essentially the expected value of doing the action is negative. Like you're harming people by doing it. It doesn't matter that in the moment the body does not have a subject in it or whatever. You're still harming a person who. In this case, I'm not sure the person ever stops existing if the brain is always kept intact and everything. You're harming a person insofar as you're influencing their future body. I say the same thing. Like if there's a bionic body that we were putting your brain into, and someone came in and broke the bionic body, that wouldn't be a transgression against the bionic body, but it would be a transgression against the subjects involved.
Okay, so it is the difference between. So I guess then why would it not be? So take something. I think we both would have extreme issues if somebody was like grave digging, right?
Mm-hmm.
But and just toss out the legality for the purposes of this conversation, I guess. Why would it be bad to dig somebody up and bury them in 7 different, other people's graves?
Because it's probably going to have, like, that's not going to negatively affect the bodies in any way.
It didn't negatively impact them at all because
they're no longer subjects, but it probably negatively impacts other subjects insofar as you're violating property rights that we think are instrumentally important, insofar as you're harming the families involved because they're no longer know which grave their loved one is at, right? Like,
yeah, but they'll never know. They'll never know. It's not
so if you just presuppose
bulldozer in an evening, if you immediately filled that grave and nobody ever knew the difference, would that not still be wrong?
I don't believe it would be. So if it depends. So if we're presupposing that, like, essentially no one ever finds out, and thus it doesn't actually have any effect on anyone's conscious experience ever, then I would say,
right,
like, that action would, like, in that extreme hypothetical, would not be wrong. Now, I think we have an intuition against that, because in general that will be wrong. And I think as a rule, it is good to not dig up graves and rearrange bodies, because the expected value of doing so is almost always negative. But obviously, sure. Like, I think, we can imagine some extreme hypothetical where doing an action like that is normally wrong doesn't cause, like, any type of, like, intrinsic harm, but that we have an intuition against that because we.
Yeah, and this is not to be prejudicial to you either, by the way. This is mostly to create a scenario where we can make that distinction. But most of what I was trying to say was that there's an element that you end up ignoring, I think, whenever you operate from an expected value premise, and it is that there is not only damage done to obviously any potential victims, and we're assuming that none of them know, right? That you've done something terrible to their to a corpse of somebody that they care about. There is damage done to you.
But that's relevant too. If you're saying that
you have done damage to yourself.
I care about that too. Like, if you're doing an action that harms you, I also view your sentient experience as valuable, and I would say, like, it's immoral, for you to cause negative experiences to yourself, right? And that probably also, obviously, insofar as you do some psychological damage to yourself, you're going to be more likely to harm other people as well.
Even if they enjoyed it, but
you can enjoy something that's like
you ruined a bunch of people's lives, but you were perfectly thrilled with yourself. You just were having the time of your life. There's other moral damage to be accounted for that isn't being accounted for in your analysis. I don't think.
I mean, I don't believe so. Again, like, I care about the when you say, like, there's damage to you or whatever, like, so you can have some pleasurable experience or whatever, like you could have, like, for example, like, it's obviously for people who are gambling, they're obviously having a pleasurable experience in the moment, but nonetheless it's probably bad, like, for them to be gambling because it leads to, like, more harm for them in the long run. It'd be the same exact thing, like in this case or whatever. You're probably more harm to you in the long run, and secondly, you're probably more likely to harm other people, like if you're doing whatever grave robbing or whatever, to the extent that it makes you more likely to violate living people's rights or whatever. That'd be that. Well, I don't view rights as intrinsic, but that'd be bad as well. But obviously, I think, again, the concern is I don't see what I'm not accounting for in my analysis. I'm simply saying the things that intrinsically matter are the experience of sentient creatures, and there are a lot of reasons to believe why digging up bodies would harm that, and even if it doesn't as a rule.
It all loops back to the where is sentience at, and if you had I don't think it loops.
I don't know what. I don't think it loops back to that.
If you had a completely insentient person who had no thoughts, and and just didn't was, like, extremely disabled, that did exactly what I just said.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the same thing to you?
I don't know what you're saying. We have a disabled person who is like digging up bodies.
Yeah. Like somebody who is
you would like
incapable of having the same sentient
that's
experience.
That's not at all an issue with my framework, though. That's it. In any plausible ethical system is going to say people who don't know any better are not going to be able to be held morally responsible for their actions if they literally didn't know any better.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I guess that was part of the hair that I wanted to parse.
Sure.
I'm not trying to give you grief. I'm just
I like,
and I like your stuff. I think you did well, but in your debate with Pisco. So yeah, that's about it. That's about all I got.
Well,
so,
thanks. I appreciate it.
Peace.
See you. Oh, I should have told him about aliens being looked at sample. Well, I guess he's in the chat. You know what? I can run through some of the stuff. There has to be a level of plausible deniability. How do we know that? What do we? For comatose person with zero brain activity, unlikely to wake up. I imagine he conclude no harm can be done as there is no person to harm. I don't think there has to be a person there to harm someone or anything. What do you say to a llama going to a picnic? I don't know, front burner. Michael, I think you can do harm to a future person, quite obviously, and I think you can prevent future people from existing, which is also to some extent harm, or any future positive sentient experience from existing would be some degree harm. Alpaca lunch, nice one, front burner. Let's go. It may not be like a sort of individualized harm, like you can't speak of a specific person necessarily that you are harming in some of those cases, but I don't think that's relevant for what actually is or isn't morally good. Are we on the abortion debate? We even talking about it. We're not watching the whole thing. But why do we need HSR if we already have Amtrak? Well, wouldn't Amtrak be presumably the one managing some of the high-speed rail networks? And then, obviously, states, to the extent they build their own high-speed rail, they don't control Amtrak, so they would have to build it outside of Amtrak, right? It's really cut and dry when you get to the root of it. Is it really? I heard a high-speed rail, and I'm here now, based. There was a time to discuss this in debate, but I could be misremembering.
If you take my cerebrum out, suppose we put it in a robot.
Well, maybe I just don't understand. In all likelihood, your position is quite complex, and I'm not just grokking completely. I thought fetus don't have rights because there is no person. So, yeah, Michael, I think my position is not that complex, I don't think, but it's one, I think you might be confused because I oftentimes separate out the modest premises from the philosophy I actually believe in, and two, you might just be I'll use, I don't want to say I'll use words interchangeably, but I will when I say rights, for example, I don't always mean the same thing. Fetus literally means offspring in Latin. There's no denying it's a human. I've never considered this, front burner. Incredible. I feel like no one knows Amtrak exists. Americans don't like trains. Am I the one who likes suburbs way more than density? Oh, sorry, density. Jesus. I don't understand the YIMBY obsession with density. Well, the concern is mostly about housing prices, right? And then to some extent, maybe walkability. Those are both things going to be probably better achieved with density, but or it's a common talking point. It's a common talking point. It's very silly.
Didn't mean to derail or monopolize stream. Sorry if I did. It was out of genuine curiosity.
No, you're good, Grassroots. It was related to, but I appreciate the $5 as well. Graduates another $5. Let's fucking go. But goated. Yeah, no worries, bro. Listen, as long as you keep donating, then it's never a derail. Yeah, based. I appreciate it. So when I say, bro, don't apologize for being based. True. My suburban neighborhood is very walkable. Exactly. What do you mean by that exactly? I think defining human is semantic, but that's just me. Well, by definition, isn't defining anything kind of semantic, but that's not like the morally relevant part, right? It's like the defense of what actually is morally valuable that matters. Okay, so when you say in all likelihood your position is quite complex, I'm not just correcting completely. I thought fetus don't have rights because there is no person. So I, like my personal consequentialist evil philosophy, okay, I don't believe there are such a thing as intrinsic rights, right? So, technically, like if I were to do some debate with Leela Rose or whatever, and she said, "Don't you agree that all human beings have a right to life or whatever?" It's like, well, we have a different conception of what rights means, right? I'm not going to, in an abortion debate, I'm never going to be like, well, actually, I subscribe to a non-naturalist, objectivist, hedonistic, acutilitarian philosophy, so I don't actually believe it, but I'm never going to do that. I'm happy to talk to a large extent in the framework and just rely on a more modest premise, which is, like I said, what is morally valuable is persons, and person has to have at least a mental component to it, essentially. I don't even commit to a strong view of personhood, either personally or in the debates or whatever, because I think more trouble than it's worth to be defending a specific type of a specific theory of personal identity in a lot of these cases. I just think if it's the case that animalism is not true, is implausible, then a lot of abortions would be permissible. At least generally. I mean, under most ethical frameworks. But I don't believe, Michael, that there are even necessarily obligations on the basis of being a person, right? I just believe it is good to do, you ought maximize positive qualia, right? And being a person, that intrinsic identity has nothing to do with that itself. You could, it's not actually relevant for my moral foundations. There's some level of human you ate in your food this morning, like hair, skin flakes, for real. That was hilarious in Ryan's chat earlier. I'm going to be straight up. I feel like the consciousness framing, I like the consciousness framing because it feels right based. I mean, I think intuition can be important. But what must change so you discard your current view of personhood and embrace the idea that allowing abortion without any restrictions? Don Fawn. So again, I don't even have a super strong commitment to a specific view on personhood. I think I've not read a ton about it, but I mean, probably some type of psychological continuity, would be where my intuition leads me. But I feel like I could have that changed. I feel like for the issue, for allowing abortion without any restrictions, you'd have to convince me that fetuses at 9 months aren't to any degree sentient, essentially. It has a sidewalk and you can walk to houses in neighborhoods that all have yards. Yeah, easy, but it's not exactly what, I don't think that's what people mean when they say walkable. A lot of suburban neighborhoods have sidewalks where you can walk between houses that are very low density and all have yards, but in most American cities or suburbs, it's very hard to walk from a suburb to a store comfortably, or a suburb to a school particularly comfortably. There are some places where schools are close enough where it's sometimes fine, but not that many.
And we keep my old body alive. I don't think it's the case that now I'm mostly over here and then I'm partly in the robot. I think I've gone with the robot, and I don't think there's any way to say that the cerebrum, maybe it's a year later and my body is still alive. I don't think there's any way to say that the cerebrum is part of the same organism as the comatose body, because it's not bound up with the bodily unity of the comatose body and hasn't been for a year.
Yeah, and I think what I would say is if an action destroys the organism, then that organism, that person, no longer exists. So like even in the embryonic twinning case, we just had the first organism has died and 2 new organisms come into existence. In the case where if I die and my cerebrum is placed somewhere else,
humans are really weird towards people who want a yard. I don't know if they're, maybe some of them are, but I mean, you know, they make arguments like it's dumb to mandate setback requirements that require people to have yards when housing affordability is more important than just having yards that are like purely aesthetic and you have to pay to maintain. But I don't know if they're like interpersonally weird to people. Describing a human as a combination of factors rather than separate parts is a decent argument, i.e. a leaf is not a tree, nor a branch, nor a trunk, nor a root, only together do they make a tree. But a seed will become a tree, a leaf will not. Wow. Bro, Fun, you're holding like 8 combos simultaneously. You're like an uber sentient. Therefore deserve more to things like all rights. This is true. This is true.
And then this trunk is left and it dies. I would just say that I've died, and now we have, and it depends what the cerebrum is in. You know, if you put it, we're starting into metaphysical impossibility. I'm very skeptical if it's in a robot. But if it's put inside of a human corpse,
I mean, front burner, obviously. I mean, I think you've probably been around for me to say this at this point. Hear me say this. Like, I think the relevant thing is, like, if you're defining what a person is as like simply a human organism, I don't think it's sufficient to simply like make the argument that you know, a seed is not a tree, or like a leaf is not a tree, or whatever. The same way people will say like, you know, they're parts of your body, your skin flakes, your hair, whatever, that contain human DNA. That we don't give it any more consideration to, because the thing that you care about is the individual human organism. But I obviously still think that runs into a lot of issues with conjoined twins, and with what we're talking about right now, actually here with the like hypothetical cerebrum transplants or brain transplants or stuff like that. Like, yeah.
Or I guess another living human being. You know,
do you think, suppose while we're transplanting it, we stimulate the cerebrum so that it produces all the electrical activity associated with consciousness. Do you think it would produce consciousness in that case?
I don't know. This is treading in unfamiliar territory, and I don't know if it could. I think this could be a very reductivist view as to what makes us conscious beings. It's just kind of funny because you call yourself a substance dualist. I just feel like returning back into Descartes, it's like it's the pineal gland right here. That's where all the magic happens.
Yeah, substance dualists are right in thinking that I'm the mind, and then the question is just what is the mind? I think.
Yeah, or like where
the comatose being into which.
Yeah, maybe they don't go over it. I thought they did.
4 or 5 criteria for being an organism, maintaining homeostasis, etc., any more than an attached arm does. It also doesn't satisfy Trent's own definition of an organism that he cites in his book. An organism is a collection of biological parts or organs that function together. Does the cerebrum here? Maybe they have an argument or something. Then they're all to treat them like women who commit infanticide.
Is currently closed. The same way that a sleeping person is not the same as a person who isn't even born or created yet. It's just a sleeping person who can redeploy that conscious experience at any point in time, and who has a meaningful experience that we can speak about that would have asserted some preference while it was existing as a thinking mind, which a fetus has never done. We have weird arguments about like we don't investigate every single time a person dies. You kind of do. If an old person dies in a hospital or the causes are known and observed, then obviously, you know, you fill out the death certificate and you're done with it. But there are investigations in old person's homes all the time when old people are dying for reasons that people don't think they should be. Generally, child death is something that we're not.
This is actually, you know what, Michael, if you want to example, I don't know if this will make things easier or harder to understand for you. In the like the hypothetical people give a lot of time to reductio or whatever. For like pro-life people, it's like, oh, you know, if you think humans are individual human organisms, and are morally valuable or whatever, entitled to fulfill these rights or whatever, if you were in a burning hospital, and you could either save a tray of 5 human embryos or 1 toddler, like, you know, which one should you save? And you know, you should be, if you believe individual human organisms are persons, ideally you should probably save the 5 persons over to 1. There are arguments pro-life people make that are like, oh, well, emotionally in the moment, I don't know what I would do. You know, and I think it's there are other arguments people can make, and they'll say like, oh, just because maybe sometimes I see people as less valuable, that doesn't mean that they're not valuable at all. Like, I think a 90-year-old man still has a right to life, but I would say it's a toddler over the 90-year-old man or whatever. But like, Michael, to make things easier to understand or whatever, like so like in this case, like I just care about what maximizes like the future expected value. I don't actually care about, you know, I don't sort of factor in like any obligations I have based on the like currently existing persons and like what rights I entail them with. I don't believe those are like intrinsically important. The thing I want to do is simply like maximize the expected value of my decision. So like in the case, like if we assumed that there were the 5 embryos would go on to live perfectly normal, healthy, happy lives, like they all lived to 80 years old and they all lived very good lives. I think the right thing to do in that case would probably be to save the tray of 5 embryos, not because the embryos are in any way persons, but simply because doing so maximizes expected value by leaving the 5 good lives being lived as opposed to 1 good life being lived. But I would, I would equally say the same thing if there were some weird hypothetical of 5 couples who were about to have sex that I could save. Or I could save their future baby, but I guess I couldn't save the couples themselves or something. Them being a unique human organism is not the thing that plays into that. It's simply the fact that it would lead to more future sentience, happy, positive qualia later on. At what point would a number of embryos change your answer to saving embryos? For me, there is no number, to be honest. I mean, I feel like I just explained. I would, it depends on what assumptions you make about the lives they would have. I would do whatever has the highest expected value. If there are 2 embryos and we assume both of them go on to live very happy lives or whatever, I think you should save the 2 embryos. But if, it's my understanding in the real world, most of the embryos are discarded, right? So it's probably not the case in the real world, if you were in this hypothetical, that you should save the 5 embryos or 2 embryos necessarily, because it's likely they'll be discarded anyways. But I feel like a pro-lifer would save the embryos. So I agree, but the 2 arguments I've heard is like emotionally I'm going to feel a stronger attachment to the living child that I see in front of my eyes, which I think is a cop-out argument. And then secondly, just because I think something is less valuable doesn't mean necessarily that it's the only it doesn't the other one doesn't have value. Thanks for following. Rose says, I appreciate it. Welcome.
Normally expecting to happen, and I don't think that we would be okay with a 1 or 2 year old suddenly dying at home without some kind of investigation, maybe not criminal, but at least some kind of preliminary investigation to make sure that nothing bad happened. Sometimes it's argument
i.e. moral psychopath that exists, or just someone who is on the extreme and of altruistic, would choose embryos in a purely logical decision. Making an argument to tolerate versus fetuses is a bit of a fallacy, because it involves an emotional response. I think it's a cop-out argument. People fail to grasp the emotional response of utilizing a more primitive section in your brain and not using a logical frontal. The front burner, I kind of agree with that, and there are reasons to discount your moral intuitions when you're I won't tell you anything about me. I'm gonna just debate. Okay. But there are reasons to discount your moral intuitions in cases where you think there are going to be evolutionary reasons for this stuff and emotional responses. But I think obviously the point of the hypothetical is that you're not in this situation and you should be able to reason through it. And I believe, it makes more sense under the view that unique human organisms are equivalent to persons. You should save the embryos on the basis of them being persons. If you're uncomfortable to answer, just remember I'm a random chatter on the internet. No, I'm answering, don't worry.
Abortion and rape comes up when it has to do with underage people or really any person. And I hear this weird argument floated that the reason why you shouldn't have an abortion if you've been raped is because an abortion won't heal the first rape. I truly don't understand this argument. When I go to the doctor to heal a wound, I'm not looking for them to get rid of the pain of the initial wound. I'm hoping that I don't have to endure additional infection or other complications related to said wound. If a person is raped and as a result of that rape they are now pregnant, when you're having an abortion, you're not looking to undo the conception. You're looking to undo the following 7, 8, 9 months of having to carry a child that you never even wanted in your body in the first place. I notice there's a lot of moral loading when it comes to abortion. We can talk about the forceps and the vacuums and everything else, but every time I hear this, it just feels like we're trying to move away from the actuality of what it is we're talking about, which is whether or not there's a person that exists whatsoever inside of the however many cells the zygote has divided into before it actually has developed the underlying brain parts needed to even deploy the minds that we consider worth defending as people. I thought the stat of the 99% decline in legal abortions in Texas was a good one, considering if you make something illegal, of course, there's going to be a massive decline in all legal abortions, given that they're not legal any longer.
Someone gain conscience before whatever government limit of X weeks, is it valid to perform an elective abortion? I would say probably not easy money, but...
and I'm also quite familiar with the case of Jax. I believe Jackson, I think, healed.
might get me away early, but like, why aren't we allowing abortions? This planet is very populated. Well, obviously the argument, first of all, I don't think overpopulation is that big of a concern. But secondly, obviously the concerns would be over the transgressions, that the right to life fetuses supposedly have or whatever, right? Like
Buell or whatever was the last name.
We want to find murder. We're going to find murder acceptable in other cases just to prevent overpopulation. It's very populated. I don't think in developed countries it's a serious concern enough to warrant any type of murder. Grape argument is actually a good one. No one should be forced to endure the actions of another in any legal stance. That's not the issue, though. Because people are hungry. Oh, you forgot. Oh, I forgot. That's true.
Fortunately, sometimes there are things that go horrifically wrong when things are gestating in the womb. In the case of Jax, I believe it was like microhydroencephaly or whatever. But basically, there are huge portions.
Do you think India's overpopulated? Maybe. But that's a more complicated situation. There are definitely Indian cities which are overpopulated.
Didn't develop, and the parents kept this child alive for 4 or 5 years, and it's tragic. But if you look at the child, if you watch the child during any of the speeches or any of the interactions, the child is clearly not conscious, not aware of the environment, not aware of anything that's going on around it. He responds to no stimulus. He is not capable of interacting with the parents in any meaningful way, and you can see this in any video that you watch of the child. And I think it's a bit sad sometimes that parents are kind of kept on this delusional string, hoping that something's going to change because they've been told something by somebody, when in reality those brain parts will never grow, and that child will never have an experience that is anything like ours. You claim to be able to argue this topic from a rational, secular perspective. So then I would ask you, like I ask myself with any position I hold, what would it take to change your mind on this topic?
It would take to prove that abortion does not take an innocent human life.
What would it take?
Possible because that's what it's designed to do.
What would it take to prove to you that?
It's like, what is stupid? The cuts too long. Yeah, they did. Eventually, they put the unedited thing in the description because so many people complained. Yeah, the format's stupid. The editing is fucking stupid. I was excited for this too, and it was so bad. And the debate itself did not even go well either way. I don't think, but.
Any positions I hold, what would it take to change your mind on this topic?
This is like not a serious answer.
It would take to prove that abortion does not take an innocent human life.
What would it take?
Possible because that's what it's designed to do.
You're just saying it's impossible. Like what would it take to change your mind? Well, it would take to it would take to prove something that's impossible. Bro.
What would it take to prove to you that a life doesn't begin at the very moment of conception, or that the mind is required, or is there anything that could move you on any of this?
I mean, if the science conclusively said, "Oh, we were all wrong," the science doesn't show.
Also, this is, by the way, not even actually her real answer, right? Because my understanding is Leela believes in souls. She believes in God. The real answer would be it would take she'd either have to interpret the Bible differently or doubt her religion more, but.
Begins at spermic fusion when a single cell embryo comes into existence.
Yeah, it would take God to tell her exactly.
Somehow that was completely wrong for decades, hundreds of years, even now. Then I'd look at that and say, wow, that's such an interesting thing that's wrong.
It's not reductive, but I can't say it is honestly worse than dog warts.
And then we would look at, well, when does life begin?
If somebody could imbue you with the ability to have memories of every single moment of your life, even before your brain would ordinarily record memories, and the first memory that you had was about 20 weeks in the womb.
Recently, we have been able to create non-human surrogacy, still in development. We might be able to transfer the pregnancy to another willing participant. Unknown to effectiveness. Argument of aborting pregnancy from rape is rare. Less than 1% of, are we just like quoting ChatGPT or whatever? Less than 1% lumping.
And you couldn't possibly remember being a single cell zygote without the capacity for any kind of sensory input or any kind of memory at all. Would that change your mind on it at all, or no?
No, I don't think memory is what gives me value as a human being or legal protection. I mean, when someone gets Alzheimer's, very tragically, my grandmother towards the end of her life suffered from dementia. It wasn't clear if it was full on Alzheimer's or not, but she lost almost all of her memory. And she was just as much a human person as she was when she had her memory intact. And it would have been morally wrong and should be illegal to take the life of my grandmother.
About what?
Should a woman who have a high chance of miscarriage be banned from trying to conceive?
No.
So even if it was 50% chance of miscarriage,
it comes off like
is there any other world where we would accept two adults engaging in a behavior that killed a child half the time it happened?
For the same reason that I don't think that we should ban people. It's Margaret Sanger as an example, right? The founder of Planned Parenthood. Her argument was that we should not permit those that were less fit to breed, to have children. And she actually wanted a 2-child policy. She wanted to sterilize. She actually proposed, and she actually was successful in having 4 sterilizations of those that she saw as mentally unfit. Just because someone may die, they're sick, because someone might have perceived lower IQ than someone else, that doesn't mean that they shouldn't.
I agree. Like using. You should not use rape alone to justify abortions because you are obviously the majority of abortions in the U.S. are elective. It's like over 95% or whatever are not cases of rape or incest, which people commonly want exceptions for.
live and have a right to be protected the same way that anybody else does.
Sure. So I guess what I'm
Well, to be fair, Rose is they do care. I know like it does care about all embryos, okay? Which it's like a I don't think Destiny ever mentioned this, but like they will openly admit they want to end IVF and stem cell research, and you know IVF is you know that's one thing that's obviously important to a lot of people, but I don't think it's anywhere near as important as stem cell research. Stem cell research is very important. I don't know if there's any treatments right now that have affected a large amount of people that have been used for stem cell research, but it at least has the potential to help a lot of like degenerative conditions or whatever. Yeah. Will you ever protest your congressman if you voted in favor of having abortion without any restrictions and the law is passed? I don't know if that would be sufficient, Grandis Eisenjoyer, but I would not like it. It might depend on the context.
I'm asking, I'm not necessarily asking from the perspective of the child, although kind of, in the child being unfit. I'm just saying that if there's some reason why 50% of the time the mother were to miscarriage, and that could be known ahead of time, are they not killing half the time, every time they attempt to conceive some new life?
Do you see the moral? There's a very profound moral distinction between a natural death, a death that is caused naturally, it's not intended and directly caused by another human person, and then a death that is directly caused and intended by another human person. One is a murder and one is a tragedy.
Someone has highly heritable crippling conditions and they keep popping out the field, babies that become wards of the state. What should the state do? I don't know, anybody's very hard, like... It's just a question of weighing, you know, essentially how harmful are those individuals' actions to the state versus how harmful is the potential of the state having control over things like, you know, your offspring in that sense. And, you know, there might be a case where the trade-off would be worth it or whatever to restrict people's choices in that manner. But I think probably should err on the side of caution there and not give the government that power, generally speaking. But I don't know, maybe you could overcome it.
In life, people die. We will all die, whether we are miscarried before we were even born, or we die at age 10 or age 20, or we hopefully live to be 100 years old. But the fact that you will die, whether very young or very old, doesn't change your humanity or your parents' right to, in love, conceive you and bring you into the world for however long or short that may be.
There's no other circumstance you can think of where somebody could engage in a...
issue with IVF is it fertilizes multiple eggs and chooses the best one, terminating the others. Yeah, that's the reasoning for this outlaw. If they did just one at a time, there'd be no issue. It would, yeah, obviously, from that's my understanding, that they have an objection to the discarding of embryos, which they view as equal to, we should call my reductio fawn worth. Wait, what is it? It's a discarding of embryos. It involves a rich pregnant woman before 24 weeks in a surgery to have it temporarily removed from the body, but not cut the umbilical cord. I have no clue what this reductio could be, but all right.
A behavior that is so reckless that they know that there's a 50% chance of their child dying should they engage in that behavior, right?
Well, you could say that you could use that line of argumentation, Destiny, to say that people that have severe genetic health issues, or they're a carrier for a severe disability that's life-limiting or threatening, right? They shouldn't be allowed to have children because, and this was the argument of Margaret Sanger, right? You know, an eugenicist, that if you are a carrier for some genetic abnormality that could lead to the death of a future child, you know, short-lived life, or they have a severe disability, somehow they should not be able to conceive and procreate. And I would say no, every life has value and should have legal protection regardless of how long they live, how developed they are or not developed, or how dependent they are or not dependent.
Do you think that for people that have miscarriages, do you think that there should be some kind of an investigation to make sure that miscarriage
if she's a married woman, she's a good Christian woman.
What would prevent any other person from trying to induce a miscarriage, maybe excessive drinking or whatever else, physical trauma?
Unfortunately, the law is a teacher. The law absolutely has an impact on lessening crime, but it doesn't eliminate crime altogether. I mean,
no, but we would still pass laws to try to curb crime.
I don't know.
Right? Of course, yeah.
I don't like this line or orientation from Destiny, and I don't like that. Like half the debate is about this shit.
Do not have cameras in every home. It's not like the government is surveilling every home to determine whether or not child abuse or neglect or other illegal acts are taking place. And there's a reason for that. It's not because we don't care about children and we don't want them to be abused or neglected, but it's because that would be an encroachment on the rights of the family to their privacy. So
that is true, but we would absolutely investigate the death of a 1-year-old in a household. We wouldn't just leave that to say, oh, it must have been.
Yes, because it's unusual for a 1-year-old to die. Unfortunately, because
I apologize for the interruption.
It's not unusual for a child to die in the first trimester. So we both talked about baby jacks. Do you think that because, and you said he doesn't have consciousness, you haven't went as far to indicate that in your speech, do you think that because baby Jax is missing most of his brain and doesn't have consciousness, in your view, he should not have a right to live?
A right now, if the parents want to have that child and have that experience.
Does he have a right? If the parents wanted to execute him, do they have the right to do that?
Yeah, I think they could terminate that pregnancy at any point in time, yes.
But as a 1-year-old or a 2-year-old, does baby Jax have the right to live, or can he be executed?
I think you can make the argument that they've already committed to having it. They can't change their mind at that point.
Why?
But
Why? He doesn't have consciousness. That's a
because I think
definition
in terms
of
of
human value.
I guess the moral answer or the legal answer?
The legal answer.
Like, I think I mean, I went over it earlier. I don't know. I don't like this is a silly line of argumentation from, or I think Desiree could do a lot of things to avoid this issue. And he researched more, so he should have done it or whatever. Because I think with his line of, with the argument he used, you kind of do have to bite this bullet or whatever. But for one, Leela does believe that hydroencephalic infants and baby jacks like did have some degree of consciousness. Like she literally, like she believes that. So again, if you just take the view that a person is a unique human organism with, with some, who has at one point reached sentience or like has some degree of sentience or whatever, in that case, baby jack should still be the person entitled to whatever rights you want to give a person.
Legal answer is if you're...
That's a mic, but
you can create a world where you're giving birth to some children and then changing your mind a year or two later.
But Destiny, your legal position hinges on consciousness as the standard for human value under the law. Baby Jax, according to your own statement, does not have human consciousness. Why would it be wrong to take his life at 2 or 3 years old?
So my legal position maximizes the right of a woman to do what she will with her body, because the most important part of my legal position is I'm trying to counterbalance the potential mishap of killing a human that might be a mind or a person before 20 weeks, whenever I decide, whatever the science says on that. I'm trying to balance that against the mother's right to have an autonomy to her body, the right to her body cannot be invaded.
As you mentioned yourself, it is a big responsibility to take care of a child with disabilities at 2 or 3.
Sure, but completely different than having to give your body to it. And that balance is gone once the child is born.
Let's say baby Jack.
It is also obviously where pregnancy has like some type of non transferable what's a word? I don't want to say like extreme duty, but more than typical duty to the child, or like to the child in that case, in that you like literally have to let them inhabit your body, and you can't easily swap. I mean, you can induce birth after a certain point, but like, you can't give it up in the same way a parent can. So that can be a symmetry breaker too. Obviously, in the case of baby jacks, the parents have the option just to transfer care to someone else, and they also don't have to actually utilize their physical body in the same way to such an extreme degree.
Jack's at, let's say, 6 months old. Baby Jack's at 6 months old.
It doesn't become unusual for a 1-year-old to die until about 80 years ago. So why does technological capacity move a moral question? I mean, well, obviously, I don't think just the argument that like it was common for 1-year-olds to die 80 years ago means that like 1-year-olds don't have moral value, right? I don't think that works.
Old was completely 100% dependent on the bodies of his parents, including the breasts of his mother if he was breastfeeding.
No,
so,
it's not.
Yes, he was.
He wasn't living inside the body of any of them.
Did baby Jax feed himself?
No, but he can be fed. He doesn't have to. He doesn't have access to.
Who feeds baby Jax? Is it?
Yeah, okay. Like that, we're not going to watch all this. It's silly. I was disappointed. Not much of it's one-on-one. They get to ask each other questions, and then the moderators ask questions.
No, I think that sometimes we just have to make tough calls on rights that we dole out to different individuals. The one that I brought up before was the distinction between adults and children. There might be some children that have better mental faculty. Every woman is just any kind of sexual activity would basically be mandated to not drink or engage in any behavior that we would deem as
they get a rebuttal.
High risk. Yeah.
I don't think anything interesting happened here, really.
So if you want to talk about the mother's right, absolute right to end the life of her child versus the child's right to life, I think any just society has to weigh the child's right to life as paramount. And that's because our country is founded on that. We are founded on equal protection under the law. We are founded on life being the first human right. And the reality is that we all came into this world dependent, defenseless, and completely in need of nurture and help. We all came into the world this way. And to live in a world that says your dependency, the dependency that you have on your mother, in the case of obviously an unborn child, is the reason that you should not be protected legally anymore because you're so dependent, because women have this responsibility now as a mother to carry, to safely usher that child till birth, and then if they want, they can place for adoption, but they still have the responsibility. Even at birth, a child is still
there's a circumcision check to get into Walmart or stuck.
That's why it would be illegal for a mother to give birth and just put a child in the trash in our current legal system. The reality is we all started life dependent. Many of us end our life dependent. And our humanity is what gives us value.
Half the units at NYC being the same rent for 8 years is really scary. Many people will be forced to move out.
And rights. It's not our...
Are we assuming the easy money? You might know more than me. How long did the previous rent freezes last under earlier mayors? Now, to be fair, they weren't like necessarily as ideologically committed to rent freezes as Zorhan is. So Zorhan probably do it for longer, but did any of them do it for 8 years? But I agree, easy money, like the full scale, like if you did like rent freezes for 8 years, especially if you didn't get any housing, much housing built in that time, which I'm skeptical Zorhan will do that as well. That'd be pretty bad. Why do you consider ethical? to force mother to undergo the immense pain and risk that comes with giving birth, even though mother never really wanted to keep the pregnancy. Well, you know, in my system, right, like in my society, like you would have some right to an abortion before whenever sentience is, which I don't have a super strong opinion on that. Certainly, I don't think there's any particularly meaningful way it can happen before 12 weeks. I think that's like absolutely the earliest or whatever. But obviously, like, you know, if you give moral consideration to the fetus and also to the you know, the future life of the, or future just sentience of the person, then it'd be acceptable to obviously force some immense pain that comes with giving birth, especially because you know, you force the fetus or whatever to be in a state of dependency on you, right? Like the fetus does not have a say in being dependent on the mother. You know, you by engaging in sex or whatever, like you force them into that situation. So there's probably some reasonable obligation you could have there to do that. They find out after 12 weeks / after fetus becomes sentient. Well, like, I'm not gonna, like, I recognize in some very rare cases there are, you know, women who don't recognize they're pregnant until very late, or until, you know, they have a ghost pregnancy or whatever. They don't realize they're pregnant the whole time, but it's probably just that, like, that case is not rare enough to warrant the legal system being different. De Blasio froze it for 3 years. Okay. So I might do it for 4 then.
Valued and needs the responsibility of the mother to carry that child safely to a safe harbor. That's why it would be illegal for a mother to give birth and just put a child in the trash in our current legal system. The reality is we all started life dependent. Many of us end our...
Then clueless girl, tell someone or don't. You have choices, but maybe tell your parents because you broke.
And our humanity is what gives us value and rights. It's not our ability to be strong and independent.
Okay, but yeah, they do this. We got we got a Q&A appearance from friend of the channel, Micah Knuckle. I always forget. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. It's something like Knuckle. It's weird.
Of specifically conscious.
And much more interesting if as well.
My question's for Destiny. Destiny, how does your view of specifically consciousness not erode the idea of human equality? And so, like, specifically, right, if our value is based on our consciousness, as Lila stated in her opening, that's in flux. And so even if you believe that someone with, let's say, Alzheimer's or something does deserve the right to life, wouldn't your view at least imply that they are less of a valuable human being than someone that doesn't have Alzheimer's? And wouldn't this erode the idea of human equality?
I don't think it erodes the idea of human equality at all, because I mean, all of us theoretically can start to have, you know, neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's disease.
Did you change anything, Fawn? I don't believe so.
When it comes to dealing with people who are reaching especially the end of their life, I mean, we literally make these types of decisions, and we already have like medical terminology. So DNRs, do not resuscitate, are already things that exist for people who have reached advanced stages of certain diseases that they can elect to sign. When it comes to Alzheimer's disease, my understanding is one of the more common ways that these people basically die is as the brain degenerates and they lose a lot of motor control. When they swallow, there's a lot of like bad stuff that goes between the airway and the normal tube for, you know, having food, and they get infections, they develop pneumonias and all of this. You can infinitely resuscitate a person, or not infinitely, but over and over and over again to keep a person alive. But at some point, when you realize the mind is degraded enough, you kind of make a decision like, okay, well, if this is how it happens, then this is how it's going to go. But that's in the case of like more permanent mind damage, like Alzheimer's disease. When it comes to people sleeping or waking up, like I go back to my McDonald's analogy, like a McDonald's that closes and then opens again the next day, there's a McDonald's there to speak of. When you go to sleep tonight, you're not disappeared from reality. Like, people know who you are. You've asserted some level of preferences. You can be woken up.
Yeah, I don't. The moderation is like still in the same setting in YouTube. I thought maybe it would change it, you know, after I got the strike, but
like pretty immediately. There's a person there to speak of. And
even Fawn debated guy named it at some point. Jubilee guy, I think. Yeah, that's why
we can still say there's a moral
I'll give it a second. I said we got an appearance by friend of the channel. I've talked to him before. I talked to him about abortion actually for a while.
Into consciousness before, it's hard to even speak of who's being harmed besides a collection of cells that isn't even aware of itself yet.
Mainly for Destiny. I'm sure you're familiar with what Clinton said about abortion. That is.
But yeah, I feel like it was a mostly fine answer. Although, like I said, could have used the argument I used with him. Requires more modest premises. And I liked one of the audience questions for Leela.
Embryo, zygote, baby, child, potential fetuses from an innocent animal that makes it right to kill them.
If you believe homosexual couples don't want it anymore. Okay, thank you.
What trait distinguishes unborn human, embryo, zygote, baby, child, potential fetuses from an innocent animal that makes it right to kill them?
They're members of the human species. So under the law of biogenesis, if you have human parents, then you are human. So if you are a embryo that has a human mother and a human father, then you're a member of the human species and deserve legal protection.
This one is for Destiny. First of all, big fan. And
yeah, no, it's weird they censored those. Mike, I don't know.
I got that Wolfenstein.
But goated, okay. We got the vegan argument. And her response is just, but the human species.
Human parents, then you are human. So if you are a embryo that has a human mother and a human father, then you're a member of the human species and deserve legal protection.
This one is for Destiny. First of all, big fan. And
yeah. This goes cringe. But like I said, not just abortion, guys. Can women dress modestly? Freedom of speech, Islam, and the left. Debating same-sex marriage. He repented of homosexuality, discovered male friendship. Oh my god. All using secular arguments and principles, by the way, I'm sure. I'm sure of it. Jesus. Chat if you're gay. Saran doesn't seem concerned at all with growing the tax base. He runs more and more deficits. If he runs more and more deficits, we're doomed. Well, he's not concerned with growing the tax base, but he is concerned with raising tax rates. Which I don't know if they'll be beyond revenue maximizing rates. It's not implausible to me that they wouldn't be, because it's a local election, obviously, and I think obviously many of the things he'd be taxing are probably going to be highly mobile between New York City and Jersey City, or other very similar financial hubs. So not implausible, but I don't know for sure. Why is it wrong to craft position by paying attention to the exceptional cases? You can... It depends what you mean exactly, Renaissance Joyer. If there's sufficient enough scale or some other symmetry breakers or differences between the exceptional cases and the regular cases, you shouldn't use the exceptional case as a sufficient reason to support it in most cases.
How do you feel about removing same-sex marriage because it limits my dating pool?
I appreciate $5, Grassroots Regiment. Listen, hot take, folks. Net utility maximizing to allow same-sex marriage, even if it has the unfortunate side effect of reducing the dating pool for straight men alike. Horrible. I mean, technically straight women too, but we're all men here, right? You can have mothers of experience challenge of mind. You can incur loss of income that makes them insecure about raising kids after pregnancy, so that can cause them to want abortion after it reaches sentient phase. Mom can lose her partner after 12 weeks if she doesn't care about her ability to raise a kid. Wow. Why the fuck would a 13 or 14-year-old be speaking on pro-life, pro-choice arguments at non-fun? I mean, I don't know. I'm confused what you're referring to. Is there something you're referring to? I'm not 14, if that's what you're thinking. But I guess a 13-year-old can have opinions. They're just probably not going to be particularly well informed most of the time. Is there anything else we want to talk about with this? We might want to, I do probably want to go over just some of any of the stuff Ryan said afterwards about me, which I don't think was much. I think they talked mostly about Pisco. There's no transcript yet, though. But I should be able to find. I know at various points my name was mentioned. I had a message right before that about Leela, non-fund tariffs reduce inflation. Oh my god. I mean, I talked about that at the beginning of Stream Sample Text, but I don't know what it is. If, like, the stupid fucking dipshit weird finance bro people, like the Geiger Capital guy, like the Anthony Pomp guy, they're just like, they're lying. The Anthony Pomp, Pompano, whatever the second half of his last name is, he just goes by the Pomp or whatever on Substack and stuff. That guy knows he's lying. The like Geiger Capital dude or whoever has to know he's being misleading with what he's saying, but oh my god, kill me.
So it's an essentially rational enterprise where you're just trying to learn what the law is, what the standards are over time. It doesn't rely on revelation or commandments. Now, if you're a Christian, then you can color it with revelations in your faith and commandments. But like the actual founding document doesn't require any of those things, which is why the word creator was used, which is why the word nature's God was used, to expressly move away and broaden from those things, because there were multiple faiths in America. There were Quakers and Protestants and Jews. Like, if you can't actually make it faith specific because we had religious diversity, even if it wasn't like the same we have today. We did have some religious diversity in the country, and the founders were taking that into account.
Can you search your name in a transcript? If there was a transcript, but I don't think it's been generated yet.
It's the two prongs. It's both.
Ryan and Gen Z had mostly positive to neutral things to say about me. That is true from what I watched of it.
Will not institute a state religion, but also Congress will make no law that prohibits any of the various religions that come from being inhibited.
Although I do think maybe I'm crazy, okay, but I wasn't crazy earlier when I remembered Pisco's argument. I don't know. I feel like they attribute things to Pisco's argument that this was not his argument.
To be honest with you, and this is to Daz's point.
You okay over there, fond
man?
man?
Not trying to convince his audience. His audience is.
Looked like you had a brain glitch for a second.
His audience is far enough.
I don't know, searching.
They're not who I'm talking to.
I was locked in.
I'm trying to pitch to a more sensible crowd. But anyway.
Yeah. On every level. I don't know why these people like come into these debates with these like ill thought out propositions where the meaning of the terms aren't baked into the thing, and there's no like common usage to go down. And
I don't understand how they I don't know if I'll be able to find where they talk about this. The fact they still don't understand the point Pisco and I were making. I think they attribute it to Pisco, but to be fair, I backed it and I stand by it. Okay, Pisco is absolutely right. With regards to the Google search Gen Z attorney did for the American moral proposition thing, we were talking about how their understanding of the American moral proposition is incredibly narrow, such that it excludes, Gen Z attorney even said it would exclude people who are atheists, who, like you said, believing in God, believing in inalienable rights given by God. Like, these are, so narrowly defined that it would exclude the vast majority of the American populace today. This is not the common understanding of a thing, but Gen Z attorney simply looked up the American moral proposition definition or whatever, and it was like, oh, they all cite the Declaration of Independence. And it's like, it's not just the Declaration of Independence. The thing we're concerned about is the meta-ethical view that you say is essential to the American moral prospect that most Americans could not even lay out, could not even repeat to you.
Expect to have it be their way, but it's the other.
So yeah, I mean that gets to kind of what we were talking about. And I almost speed it up just to get through.
Yeah, move faster.
But that gets to exactly what we were saying of here we are talking about the Declaration as the founding moral document of our country, and here it says, well, it's just these ill-defined terms, and how do you expect to have a discussion when we can't even agree, the terms themselves, you can't agree on what they mean? And which, remember what Ryan's prediction was that we're going to spend the whole time arguing about definitions, and that effectively is what we did spend the whole time doing. I said to Ryan after we finished, or I think the next day when I was thinking back on it, I think the biggest thing as far as
would you ever try to convince a person to keep the fetus if she wanted an abortion after the fetus for a sentient phase, or not be bothered by it to try to intervene? Well, I mean, I think probably the moral thing to do in that case would be to talk to them or whatever. But I don't know, interpersonally, I don't know if I'd be confrontational enough to do that. But I would that'd be somewhat of a failing on my part to not do that. But I mean, just generally though, obviously their actions that people disagree whether they're moral or immoral. It's not always the positive expected value to like in your personal relationships confront people about some of their actions, whether they're moral or immoral. In the case of abortion, like if it is the case that it's a person or whatever, it probably is to some degree obligatory. But yeah, I don't know. It is based in the DOL. You could argue the Constitution is an extension, but the Constitution doesn't give a moral axiom set. By it, I mean AMP. Okay. As you're go, the thing I'm talking about is, hold on. I'm gonna load up this transcript too. I don't agree that the American moral proposition is, solely based on the Declaration of Independence. Obviously, that's probably some aspect of it, obviously, but I think it's broader than that. And their claim is it's not simply like their claim is that the Declaration of Independence just lays out the American moral proposition, and that moral proposition laid out in the Declaration of Independence is this view of morality that is natural rights, Scottish common sense morality or whatever, that are inalienable. Would you say it's the root of the document? I would not say the ethical claims are the root of the document. I would say, the root of the document is grievances against the king, right? Like it's explaining their grievances against the king and why they feel justified in rebelling. I don't know if I would say the root of the document is the meta ethical claims. It seems weird that the AMP is most clearly described in the Declaration of Independence. I mean, I don't know. The American moral prospect. I don't think I would. I don't think it's that narrowly defined. No, I don't think I would say that.
It would have moved us along further. I don't even know if it would actually change the outcome or anything. But we got really bogged down in debating whether or not objective morality exists and whether or not what the Declaration.
Which I don't think we didn't get that bogged down debating whether objective morality exists. We got bogged down in debating whether or not you have to believe in that in order to meet the American moral proposition.
As like a moral statement. When in reality, that wasn't the proposition. The proposition was just that not whether or not objective morality is true, it's just whether or not the founders believed in it when they built America as a country, and they had that as the founding moral philosophy. And the fact that we got so bogged down on whether or not it was true or not took us away from the point of not just whether or not it was actually the philosophy. And I think if we picked up on that sooner, that might have helped us along.
It kind of depends, right? So I was torn on this because, like I said at the beginning about Daz's comment, one way of approaching the debate would have been to say, this is the proposition. You can say it's wrong or stupid if you want to, but that just shows you abandonment, right? And try to build off the foundation. But part of me, and I guess the approach I took, and part of it, and maybe I should have thought about doing it the other way, but because Pisco is so combative, my thought was he's going to spend the whole time attacking. So let him spend an hour talking about how objective morality is stupid and natural law is stupid and the Declaration of Independence is stupid. We got bogged down on objective morality, which wasn't really, strictly speaking, necessary because natural rights is a subset of objective morality. But I guess that the thing was to me.
But they don't even. And we talked about this in the debate. Ryan thinks if you believe in some other type of objective morality, that's not natural rights, you've also abandoned the American moral proposition. If you're a utilitarian who believes in objective morality, you still abandoned the American moral proposition. What's up?
He's arguing against it.
Hello?
Oh, what's up? Wait. I was listening to your stream. I thought it was just USP. What's up? Ryan is evil. I hate Ryan.
Bro.
Lying about Pisco. He's lying about what Pisco never said. The Declaration of Independence and the Constitution were evil. It's just a lie. And something bad should there should be social consequences for lying shamelessly. That's just so horrible. I don't know why anyone takes him seriously. He looks sad. But yeah, that's so sad. I don't know. Why are you covering this law? What do you get from this law?
Fun time. I don't know.
That's right. Well, either way. I'm trying to run a paper. Okay, I'm trying to do some synthetic controls. I'm having fun, but the Python is just not Pythoning. It's so sad. I'm doing I downloaded the data for democratization of societies and something, and so now I can identify when
transitions to democracy since the 70s, and then like I'm trying to control for other stuff like human capital and exports share of GDP or whatever, and then see the effect of democracy on growth. And the math is just not mathing for my Python, but that's annoying. But I'll fix it one day. Trust.
True.
Either way.
Did you ever finish the stuff about the DC?
I just
the DC crime.
About Ryan. No, DC crime is another thing. I'm kind of just waiting for more data, so I'll maybe try it in a year. But for now, I'm just trying to do another thing on transitions to democracy and the effect of that. But yeah.
All right. Well,
now, what do you think? Do interest rates reduce inflation?
I think they probably do, but I think if they don't, it's probably not through the channel that MMTers say it is, right? Like if they don't have an effect on inflation or if they increase it, I doubt it's because it increased like bondholders' income or whatever. Like,
yeah, I agree. Well, yeah, I just wanted to profit. Bye.
All right, see ya. Ryan gave you flowers in the vid. I did. I saw some of it live. He basically said what I said. You could have a more complex philosophical stance, which could permit the AMP, but given your utility preeminence, he doubts you'd accept any morals as intrinsic or objective. Well, I'm not 100% sure about the objective part, but obviously I accept utility as being intrinsically valuable.
So that is directionally? Are you like, well, what does directionally mean separate from are you against it? Or like, is there a directionality separate from being against something? That's a concept that wasn't sussed out or clarified.
Oh wait, I gotta highlight this comment. Gen Z did better here than usual though, for real. Well, I don't know what the reference is to the. I've only done the one. Well, gosh, you and me shut down, and then I did snap debate, and then maybe talking about my Destiny debate. Yeah, that one's probably not as good, but
that's really funny. You got a fan?
Yeah, because I am weird. Open invitation. Come on the channel anytime. Would love to have you.
It's gibberish. It's fucking gibberish. I think that's some great responses there. Oh, and I love this. I think he has a pretty good normative view, and Ryan was so funny. He was so fucking humble. Where he's like, I think you're a utilitarian, and so it's like, dude, you can be an objective, more realist, and be a utilitarian. What's your?
Read my last chat font. Oh, what one did I miss? All hail the expected value of great computer. I meant this is true.
What is your argument that they're not objective moralists? And he literally admitted, I don't have an argument for that. I don't have an argument.
Yeah, I was gonna get your reaction to that.
I didn't reluctantly admit this. Utilitarians some of them are objective, some of them are not. They claim to be objective. What I didn't want to get into the weeds on is that like when they claim to be objective, it's fucking bullshit. It's like it's bullshit. Because for a lot of reasons. But most utilitarians claim that their theory is objective, at least in principle. But I also knew this about non-farm going into it. I had the conversation with him, so it's not like
I don't know. I think here it is. Ryan, from what I remember, I don't want to say he was like reluctant to admit it, but it did not feel
the weeds on this.
Did not feel so it was something that he easily conceded or brought up or whatever.
Philosophy conversation.
In an objective moral system, there are things that are right and things that are wrong. Even if the people vote to do something immoral, it's still wrong.
Wait, so, why don't we grant your semantics and just say, what's your case that leftists don't believe in objective morality?
Okay, well, let's start with neither of you do, right?
Well, you agree that's not.
That's
fucking. That doesn't make your case.
You come here to argue the proposition.
We're in the weeds on this philosophy conversations. I think objective morality is incoherent as a philosophical notion. I don't even understand what it means. But put that aside. What's your case that the left doesn't believe in objective morality?
Okay, so we'll start with that. We have a panel of 4. Both people on the left.
Well, I would put. I've not developed a super strong opinion on it, but I would put probably like 60% credence in more realism. My credence has been slightly up, by the way. I would put 65% credence probably in more realism because I read a little. Hold on. You know what I got? Because I'm evil. Read a little bit of this. A very short introduction to utilitarianism. Okay. Which, like, a lot of the stuff I'm already broadly familiar with. One thing I was not familiar with, though. By its definition, nothing is wrong, dumb fuck. What definition exactly? Was Henry Sidgwick, I think is how you pronounce it, who was a utilitarian in the 1900s. Well, I guess he died in 1900, so 1800s, but technically he was in the 1900s alive for 1 year, I guess. And he talks about his justification for objective morality and utilitarianism, and makes some sense to me. And I think it's probably, my understanding, it was expanded upon by Parfit and eventually Peter Singer, one of the authors of the book, co-author of the book. This first person, not gonna try to pronounce that name, Radek. Okay, Lazari Radek. They had already accepted this view basically, and Peter Singer, I think in the course of working with her, I think it's her, he said he came to accept this view as well. And Peter Singer is now non-natural objectivist, in their words.
Okay, but you don't. Sorry, yeah, because you're.
I noticed that in the case of your position on abortion, you choose to favor fetus's utility. In the case of your position on abortion, you downgrade the utility of an adult who can return to work a short while after abortion, can have more income in the case of having to spend it on a new kid. So I don't think I'm favoring the fetus's utility necessarily. I'm valuing the utility equal either way. It's just that, like, I think, if you have forced someone to be in a state of dependency on you, I think it's reasonable to say, at least in some cases, you have some obligation to provide some, some duty care to them. In the case of pregnancy, that would involve delivering the fetus or whatever. I think I recognize there are benefits to the woman from getting an abortion, and there might be spillover benefits to society, but obviously those would not be outweighed by the benefits of having a new person, right? Because, like, sure, the woman can go back to work earlier, but having a child means you're going to have a child that presumably is going to grow up to work for 40 years at least. Like,
you're a utilitarian, but you don't believe in natural law, but you think that it's.
Wait. Objective morality has to do with metaethics. You can be a utilitarian and be an objective moralist.
Yeah, you can.
So there's nothing inconsistent about him being a utilitarian and a moral realist.
Yeah, like I have a stance on independent reason, that being like the maximization of positive qualia.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, so that's what I was trying to drill on. Like, I think if I understand Malfon's position correctly, he is unsure, but he thinks objective morality is true. But then he, as utilitarian, does not think that natural law is real. He thinks it's a heuristic. That's what I think.
So like my stance on independent reason for objective morality would be like the sort of maximization of positive qualia of sentient experience. It would not be the stance on independent reason would not be natural rights.
Okay.
So what's the case that the left doesn't believe in objective morality?
Yeah. So I think that the case that the left doesn't believe in objective morality, in particular, doesn't believe in natural law, is that if you look at the statements of left,
like, you can see, I want to be charitable. The first time he mentioned it, well, you can see secondly right there, like he essentially ditches he effectively used natural law and objective morality interchangeably. And then here earlier.
So you don't believe in natural law, but you think that it's.
I believe
objective morality is incoherent as a philosophical notion.
Proposition.
We're like leftists don't believe in objective morality.
Okay. Well,
because neither of you do.
As a philosophical notion. I don't even understand what it means. But put that aside. What's your case that the left doesn't believe in objective morality?
Okay. So we'll start with that. We have a panel of 4. Both people on the left.
Well, I would put. I've not developed a super strong opinion on it, but I would put probably like 60% credence in more realism. But,
okay, but you don't. Sorry, yeah, because you're a utilitarian, but you don't. So you don't believe in natural law, but you think that it's.
I believe like the way he's speaking here, you can at least get the hint that you can tell he also kind of believes this. He doesn't think like utilitarianism can be like actually objective, or presumably any other view than natural rights can like be actually objective. I don't know, but
I'm guessing, like,
maybe he thinks like I don't know if he thinks any type of consequentialism at least can be truly objective.
I had no background. I almost asked, because I remember you talking about the shrimp welfare guy, and I almost asked during the debate, is this that guy? But
yeah, he's one of the shrimp welfare guys.
Yeah, I pieced it together that it was. I didn't want to take away from the debate. But
I would have hit him for that if he had spoken.
Indeed.
But like hitting him for the shrimp welfare thing when he talked like fucking 5% of the time didn't make any sense.
Yeah, so I kind of pieced that together that you and him had already spoken before and kind of dove into his philosophy, and you had very well understood that he was a utilitarian. And so I don't get this characterization from Pisco of you like not really, you're kind of dancing around the issue. It's like, no, you pretty clearly stated in the debate, like, well, non-fun here, he's a utilitarian, and then XYZ after that.
Well, because Pisco did a goalpost shift. We're saying natural law is the basis, is the American moral proposition, and Pisco was saying, well, natural law is part of objective morality. So if objective morality is false, natural law is false. So I'm going to attack it.
I just don't think that's the argument Pisco ever made.
Yeah. Well, because Pisco did a goalpost shift. We're saying natural law is the basis, is the American moral proposition, and Pisco was saying, well, natural law is part of.
Pisco's argument is that, for various reasons, the American moral proposition should not be so narrowly defined as to be natural law and specifically like inalienable natural rights that we derive from natural law and our experiences that let us discover the natural law or whatever.
Objective morality. So if objective morality is false, natural law is false. So I'm going to attack objective morality. Right?
Like Pisco neither of us ever got deep into the arguments about whether or not objective morality is true or false. There was on the open panel afterwards, there was a little bit more of that. But Pisco's just when Ryan asked, like, do you believe in objective morality? Pisco's just clarifying, like, I don't even know what that, like, I don't know what that means. Like, that's not coherent under my understanding of the words morality.
You agree that's not
I would put, I've not developed a super strong opinion on it, but I would put probably like 60% credence in more realism. But,
okay, but you don't, sorry, yeah, because you're a utilitarian, but you don't believe.
But yeah. Pisco, by the way, today also said that he didn't understand my moral realism when I was in his chat earlier, but I don't know. I don't know. He might have. I think we probably have different conceptions of what moralism means.
He is unsure, but he thinks objective morality is true. But
Alphon, mostly RR does think that we can get to. Mostly RR does think that can get to be correct and happen, just not consistently over time. What is RR?
But then he, as utilitarian, does not think that natural law is real. He thinks it's a heuristic. That's what I think.
So like my stance, independent reason for objective morality.
Okay, so what's the case? They've implemented. As a result, they are cutting the other way. You can tell from their behavior.
You can't tell
that rights don't come
by their positions.
Of course, that our rights do not come from our laws or our governments is extremely troubling. The notion that rights don't.
But now, you can see he's quoting someone who said something contrary to natural rights in Congress. I forget the name of the congressman who said it.
Government believes it's a theocratic regime that bases its natural law is a more specific claim than objective rights. Objective morality is a
so I'm going to ask you. So first, I'm going to ask you: do you have a case? It's okay if you don't have a case, and maybe it's more specific than natural rights. Do you have a case the left doesn't believe in objective morality?
I don't think that's the case we're making. No, we're saying natural law.
So natural law, which to you means what?
An objective moral truth. It is objective, discoverable moral truths about humans and human natures.
Objective. Okay, that sounds like it's running back down to objective morality.
No, because in non-FOM's system, there are no laws. Like a utilitarian, like for example, I'm not trying to pick on you, non-FOM, but to a utilitarian, for example, if you said, if we abolished the right to property, in fact, this came up in my debate with the Convoy, if we abolished the right to property,
which I mean, you can be like a naturalist, utilitarian. I don't think it's not very common, but like Sam Harris is a naturalist utilitarian essentially. Like he's saying, there are sort of like truths about the natural world. About what is good and bad discoverable through like human experience, and it has to do with truth related to like the property of experiences. I agree with Ryan to the objective extent of his beliefs, as if they were concrete facts and grounded in axioms. But he's more right than in the inverse. There is no knowable morality. Well, I'm not, so like the anti-realist claim to some extent can be phrased like that, but I think more specifically, just be phrased as, like moral, like there are no moral facts. It's not that there aren't, we can't have moral prescriptions, we can't have beliefs, we can't have preferences about morality. It's just that they're like, they're not truth apt or whatever. Sam Harris has a budget for that position, that orbit to a moral intuitionist position, though. I don't know exactly what you mean by that.
But which is why we had this whole conversation about objective morality, because if he's
a moral relativist is obviously saying that, you can like when you say morals exist, it's kind of implied that it's like objectively they exist, right? Like, but
natural law is totally different than utilitarianism, and only one of them can be true, right? So if natural law is true, utilitarianism is false, and vice versa. So just because a theory is couched as an objective theory doesn't mean that all objective theories are true. In fact, it stands to reason that only one theory can be true objectively, if any of them are true objectively.
Yeah, true. There can only be one.
Highlander rules.
Exactly. Speaking of, I'm excited for the new Highlander movie. I'm not a fan of remaking and rebooting everything, but that is one I'm excited for. It's the John Wick director, and Henry Cavill's in it, and he got injured on set filming it, which means they're going hard. So definitely excited.
Oh, hey, non-FOM, buddy.
Yeah.
Non-natural objectivist, hedonistic act utilitarian. Nice. Yeah. I'm glad you're here. I really wish, I was saying earlier, I don't know if you were here, non-FOM, but I kind of wish that you had been given more airtime in that debate. I thought that you with all respect to Pisco, had a more sophisticated understanding of the topic. And whenever you interjected, I think at one point I was putting clips together recently, and I think one of the clips starts with me saying like, "Non-font, that was really well articulated," because like some of the points you were making, I thought were advancing the ball substantively. So glad you're here, and hope next time that we debate you get more airtime.
That's right. And yeah, does that mean like they were so? That is totally a stab at Pisco, and I'm glad he's.
And the American moral proposition. I think clear how much disdain you.
You mean racist views or something? Yeah, I think any moment was to say. Let me just Google it then. And
yeah, this thing is crazy to me. Think whatever you believe. If you are, if we are a propositional nation, there is a built-in ground floor of morality. It's most clearly described in the Declaration of Independence. I just don't think it's so. I don't. Most clearly described in the Declaration of Independence. I don't know. Like, maybe I don't disagree with that characterization, but I think, you know, one, that's not going to be all-encompassing. I don't think it's going to be anywhere near all-encompassing. And two, I don't believe that the reading of that with regards to what we consider the American moral proposition should be into like the actual like meta-ethical claims in the Declaration of Independence. I think it should be viewed as much broader than that. Sam Harris is willing to orbit back to a moral intuitionist place morally on things like the war in Afghanistan, for example. Maybe, I don't know, really. What do you mean?
Uncommon and philosophically demanding. Well, I met one person in my life who. So, wait. That is a false statement you just said, correct?
Okay, explain it to me. Tell me why.
Wait, so you just said we don't believe that there's a American moral proposition, correct? Did you just say that?
Based on,
Did you just say that? Yes or no? I thought the American. And you just also said that
vowing the commonly held and understood among all people.
You just said I didn't believe in the American moral proposition, and you just also said that I did. So why don't you correct your statement?
I will happily amend it. You are completely disavowing the commonly held and understood among all people.
Prove that.
Since he says we are disavowing what is the commonly held and understood American moral proposition.
So the commonly held belief is this meta-ethical view? This meta-ethical view? That's the commonly held
belief?
belief?
Pisco points out the view that they've been defending of the American moral proposition is this, view that relies, that is very narrow, that includes claims about natural law that I don't even think most of the American populace could even recite. On how you're able to justify bringing a pregnancy to term in case of parents living oppressive, unstable societies. That is a big part of this world. Well, I don't believe... I'm not sure that like the lives of people in oppressive, unstable societies are net bad. Now, if you were to say like, we should like less people should be born in net bad circumstances, like I would agree with that. I wouldn't necessarily agree with the claim that we sort of ought kill people who are already persons that might have net bad lives, because like in a vacuum that might be okay, but in the real world, there's going to be things like long-term progress you have to consider. There's going to be things like like actual damage done to society, the societal fabric it's probably likely to escalate violence and make things even worse in the cases that you're doing that.
What's the argument for that, dipshit? What's the argument for that?
That the Declaration of Independence is the moral framework that was laid out, that now the legal framework was built.
No. You're saying that you said the commonly held view is that the American moral proposition is this meta-ethical view on objective morality. Fucking prove that. What's your argument for that? Do you have an argument for that? Yes or no?
Let's do the Google test.
What? Sorry, no. As you sit here.
He Googles it, and the things he quotes are not actually going to back him up.
As you sit here. Wait, Gen Z attorney. As you sit here. Do you have an argument that the term American moral proposition means what Ryan says is the commonly held view? Do you have an argument for that? You either have an argument for that now or you don't.
Yeah, real simple. I just Googled, what is it? 6 words. What is the American moral proposition? Quote, the American moral proposition refers to the core principles and shared values that define United States social and political philosophy and are generally expressed in its founding documents, particularly the Declaration of Independence.
Whoa, that's way broader than what you said about ethics. That's crazy.
I just want to have that one be illustrated.
Holy shit.
Understood. I think asking a very simple, basic Google question, and what is the vast resources of the internet? You can say AI is biased maybe, but a simple...
That didn't say what you needed it to say. That didn't say what you needed it to say, my guy. That didn't say what you needed it to say.
And say, what is the American moral
proposition? That didn't say what you needed it to say.
Directed to the Declaration of Independence is our entire point, which you guys are rejecting.
Gen Z, didn't you argue earlier that like you have to have a belief in literally God-given rights in order to not abandon the American moral proposition? Like you conceded on that point.
Yeah, I don't know how else.
So like this is like if you're more
protectionist,
like he literally said yeah here too.
Independence is our entire point, which you guys are rejecting.
Gen Z, didn't you argue earlier? None of those like things he read out or whatever were saying that like the American moral proposition is committed to this narrow claim of believing in God-given inalienable rights. It literally included things like, you know, beliefs that are in the American populace at the time as well. Like
you have to have a belief in literally God-given rights in order to not abandon the American moral proposition. Like you conceded on that point.
Yeah, I don't know how else.
So like this is like if you're more objectivist, you're God-given atheist,
That's
you're
where
like,
the historical pieces come into play in terms of how it was written, why it was written, the interpretation, so on and so forth.
This is like maybe too in the weeds, but like it is technically possible without believing God. Like I know he was a great follower, but he left for Blue Sky, so he's not on X anymore. A guy called Secular Outpost, and he was an atheist, but he believed in like essentially Platonic forms, and Platonic forms are almost a one-to-one match.
But I think earlier he asked, like, where do rights come from if not from God or whatever?
Well, let me just ask this: if rights don't come from a creator, for you guys, you two both, where do they come from?
Why is that relevant to the proposition?
Because in the moral proposition, the affirmative case that's made is that rights pre-exist government, and the government is constituted to protect those rights. They are negative rights. The modern left view. Oh, wait, real quick. The modern left view is that there are a bunch of positive rights, whether it's food.
Like, this is the view that he's saying is the American moral proposition.
Where do they come from? Why is that relevant to the proposition?
Because in the moral proposition, the affirmative case that's made is that rights pre-exist government, and the government is constituted to protect those rights. They are negative rights. The modern left view. Oh, wait.
People only have negative rights because he goes on to say
there are a bunch of positive rights, whether it's food, housing.
There are a bunch of positive rights.
Healthcare, anything you can name is a right now according to the left. I made a tweet the other day. The left declares rights like Michael Scott declares bankruptcy. And so if that's what
anyone who believes in positive rights is discounted from the American moral proposition. That's not included within the American moral proposition.
To protect those rights, they are negative rights.
And you have to believe I think he says God-given here, I believe.
The case that's made is that rights pre-exist government, and the government is
Or
constituted.
they pre-exist government, but like he asked, you know, where the rights come from, not from a creator or whatever. But you know, rights that pre-exist government, and they're only negative rights. That is how narrow the American moral proposition is. He is defining, and yet he goes on later to just say, "Oh well, Google told me that the Declaration of Independence is important to the American moral proposition." Like, bro, there's a world of difference between these two views. Between the American moral proposition is that we have inalienable rights that pre-exist government that are only negative rights and no positive rights, and that the Declaration of Independence lays out some of the aspects of the American moral proposition, and Google also told them that the views of the populace at the time matters as well.
Fucking phrase before in your life as like a defined phrase. Like, is that a commonly used phrase in your various industries in your various life?
That seems like such a narrow, like how many, like, because he's using his own terms of art, you know, common trade and usage in practice, and it's like, and that was my moment. My shining moment was to say, let me just Google it then, and every article that came up referred to the Declaration, specifically the passage we were talking about. And I'll take a wild stab. I don't think you had to Google it to see what the American moral proposition refers to know exactly what it was. And neither did I. I was just operating. So that was a complete. I was, you know, they say in court, never ask a question you don't know the answer to. I completely said that without knowing the answer to it. But that's how Congress is tasked with writing the laws, executing the laws, interpreting the law.
Whenever I see him do something like that, I'm like, holy shit, I did something right.
It's the double whammy of having the air of civility, which it is sincere. Like, it is not a faux. We're just pretending to be these nice.
Yeah, I don't know.
We're really dropping these like really.
I don't think there's anything else I need to
venomous and
talk about here.
Horrible bombs on them the whole time, but doing it with a smile. So it's like, oh, we're just, you know, the nice guy. It's like, no, it's a sincere civility paired with competent knowledge.
I know Pisco said he might look at it as well. I did not mean to click on Minecraft Wontrong Phylong Vietnamese.
We're just pretending to be these nice guys while we're
music video. I don't know if he did ever. Yeah, I don't think he did because I don't know. I want to be charitable, but I just don't think they're talking about, or they're really representing Pisco's argument correctly, bro. Like, bro. All right, no more slop. It's over. Oh shit, Tom's debate? Yeah, he watched that. I watched only the first little bit of it off stream. I don't think I care to watch it on stream, honestly. Food shops raid. What? Oh, right as I started doing slop? Oh no. Or, sorry, I started not doing slop. What's up, Corey? Thanks, Food Shops, for the raid. I appreciate it. Alright, guys, no more slop. We gotta get some reading done. God damn it, Food Shops. Okay, I want to get through these two articles. Or blog post. Eventually, by the way, I will. I hate philosophy. I hate philosophy. I'll never do philosophy. I hate it. It's so cringe, so stupid. I know. I might do a little bit more philosophy stuff because it would be, I think, relevant sometimes to talk about like the moral realism stuff. And I think you'll love it. Will I? I don't like the arguments I heard made sense. I like Sidwick's axioms and stuff, and I think there are other ways to justify it too. But I don't know. I don't know. I'm definitely gonna. I definitely like Richard's work, Richard Chappell or whoever. He writes some good stuff at utilitarianism.net, and he has this textbook. I'm gonna read through some of his stuff, but don't care. I don't get it. If someone just want to walk into grocery stores and like barter at checkout counters, no prices below products. No, this is well, I mean, you'll learn. It's about price theory. I don't actually know exactly the point he's going to be making here, but it's my understanding is probably going to be some critique of thinking that firms have price setting power simply because they use something like dynamic pricing, or simply because they have some control over the what prices they market or something. But okay. I don't know. I suppose your exceptional bar-sized deal maker is true. There's a folk wisdom out there that setting the price, meaning putting sticker below the item or announcing what the price will be, or what the price is for the good, means you have control over the price. Sellers post prices on shelves, so sellers must have power, that sort of thing. This folk wisdom has intellectual backing. Many critics in mainstream economics argue that administered pricing, the fact that firms post prices rather than accepting them from some mythical Wallsian auctioneer, proves supply and demand theory fails to describe real markets. If firms are deliberately making deliberate pricing decisions, the argument goes, then prices aren't being determined by impersonal market forces. Both claims are wrong. Knowing who physically announces a price tells us almost nothing about who controls the price or how the market will perform. The confusion stems from conflating two different things: setting a price and controlling price. A firm sets a price when it announces what it will charge. A firm controls a price when it has meaningful discretion over what that price can be. These two are not the same. A firm can set a price with having almost no control over it. The folk wisdom commits a form of the animistic fallacy, something I've written about before. The assumption that observed outcomes must result from someone's intentional design. We see a firm posting a price and assume that decision controlled the outcome. Basic economic theory says it cannot be true in general. Moreover, such empirical oh wait, by the way, the Raiders, I got a strike for YouTube on 7 days. I need you all to like this stream so YouTube does not hate me because I couldn't stream for 7 days. Anyway, even though I'm doing boring stuff. Okay, anyway. Says it cannot be true in general. Moreover, much of the empirical evidence, both experimental and observational, confirms the theory. Setting the price just isn't that important in most cases. Don't mistake physical appearances for economic forces. Oh shit. I went to pause on there. Okay, there we go. As a general rule, we should not mistake physical appearances for economic forces. What matters for prediction is understanding the economic forces. The clearest way to see this is through tax incidence, a lesson in the first month of any Econ 101 source. Suppose Congress passes a law requiring sellers to send a check to the IRS for $1 gasoline sold. The next week, they repeal the law. Instead, require buyers to pay $1 per gallon directly to the IRS at the pump. Does this change who actually bears the burden of the tax? No, the legal obligation to write a check determines nothing about the economic incidence. What matters is the elasticity of supply and demand. If demand is perfectly inelastic and supply is perfectly elastic, consumers bear the entire burden regardless of who mails the check. If the situation is reversed, sellers bear it all. The incidence divides between the two sides based on the relative responsiveness to price changes, not on the legal formality of who handles the paperwork. What's this? Well, what's up, Osama? This is just some stuff about price theory. As a predictive matter, the prediction is that the price should not change when Congress switches who pays it. There's a subtle way that breaks down, but it's starting. But that is the starting point for which thinking about any taxation. So we should right away be wary of looking at the physical appearance and trying to figure out what it says about anything important. I'm just curious. Should our consumers underreact to taxes that are not salient? Oh, yeah, I've heard this before. Yeah, using a field experiment at a grocery store, we find that posting tax-inclusive price tags reduces demand by 8%. Second, increases in taxes in posted prices reduce alcohol consumption more than taxes applied at the register. Yeah, okay. I'm familiar with that. Simple models show that price setting is not equal to pricing power. The same logic applies to price setting. The physical act of announcing a price or administering a price is just an administrative detail. What matters is underlying market structures that constrain and the constraints each side faces. One could say economic forces. Okay, I will stop. You Christian or what? I'm not Christian. I guess I'm a agnostic, atheist leaning, I guess. But I don't really focus on religion. The simplest example to see the irrelevance of price setting comes from Bertrand competition. I mentioned this before, but as a reminder, two firms produce identical products. Each firm simultaneously announces the price. Consumers buy from whichever firm offers the lower price. Both firms are price setters. Neither is a price taker in the mechanical sense. Can't speak. Alphonse, a devout Muslim. This is true. Yet the equilibrium outcome is both firms pricing at marginal cost, earning zero profit, and the market producing at competitive quantity. If we do supply and demand curves, assuming everyone is a price taker, the outcome is identical to Bertrand competition. I don't think I've actually read this post before, but I've read the other stuff where he mentions this. But yeah, I think I might even have one of the papers downloaded. Islamic economics arc. True. It's easy to about utilitarian, and God doesn't just have God just doesn't have enough expected marginal utility to be worth thinking about, for real. Again, setting and pricing, controlling and pricing, completely different things. But think about textbook monopolists. Everyone knows monopolists sets prices above marginal cost and restrict output. They post a price, so they must be in charge of the market. Maybe that's what people are thinking. But even that isn't so simple. Imagine a monopolist faces a perfectly flat America. Real quick. Faces a perfectly flat demand curve. Every consumer is willing to pay exactly $10 for the product, not a penny more. The monopolist can set prices wherever they want. They can announce $15 if it makes them feel powerful, but no one will buy. The monopolist has no actual control over the price, despite being the only seller, and despite physically setting that price. The competitive pressure from outside options completely eliminates any pricing power. The market sucks. I don't know. It's a little harsh, Elaney. I don't think the market sucks. I think markets tend to work pretty good. It does now because of Trump. Checkmate. That's true. This is true, Nuke. If it is paying close attention, Bertrand and monopolists with a flat demand curve are actually the same story. Suppose in the two-firm case that firm B announced a price at $10. What demand curve does firm A face? If firm A prices at $10.01, it gets 0 customers. They all go to firm B. If firm A prices at $9.99, it gets all the customers. The demand curve firm A faces it perfectly flat at $10. Firm A is in the identical position as a monopolist with the flat demand curve. Both are price setters. Neither has any pricing power. Let's take one more variation on the monopoly model. More standard case. Okay. Downward sloping demand curve and upward sloping marginal cost curve make everything linear to keep life simple. The monopolist sets the price and has some pricing power. They can raise price above marginal cost without losing other customers. Someone tried to tell me money has no value. They were an anarcho-capitalist crypto bro. Laney, I don't know. How many told me that we wouldn't have all these billionaires if we didn't keep printing money or whatever. I mean, the argument is, if they're like a super anarcho-capitalist crypto bro, yeah, they're just going to say fiat money doesn't actually have value. Obviously, there's value insofar as you have to, well, for one, you have to pay taxes in the state currency, and for two, there's like just network effects that make it so you want to have dollars because other people want to have dollars. Not basic good argument is if you don't like the currency, make your own. No, thanks. I mean, there's, like I said, network effects which make that very difficult, and that's partly what gives fiat money its value. Is that other people want it, and you know, largely again, other people want it because they know that more other people want it. Now add more buyers to this market. What happens? The monopolist still sets a price that hasn't changed, but pricing power in this sense of raising prices above marginal cost shrinks. More buyers makes the demand curve more elastic. The price may actually rise because demand is shifted out, but the gap between marginal cost narrows. The monopolist's ability to exploit their position erodes even as the market grows. Price setting power. Can you guys hear me like fucking croaking? I don't know what's wrong with my fucking stomach, bro. Stayed constant. More buyers enter the market, so it may seem like monopolist has even more power, but actually stiffer competition between buyers means that pricing power declined. The price setting situation stayed the same. The number of buyers increased, which the monopolist clearly likes, but pricing power declined in an important sense. Markups decline. We have experiments in price setting. 1, become president of the United States. 2, order Treasury to stop printing any U.S. currency. 3, offer no explanation. True. Well, I mean, you can't order. I guess you could. I think the Treasury is in charge of printing physical currency, but I don't think you could order the Federal Reserve to stop doing what it's doing without authorization from Congress. Although arguably, you also can't order stopping production of the penny without authorization from Congress. But increasingly, that seems like it's not the case. I know you despise socialism with your very being. I know it's a little harsh, but do you think national monopolies should be nationalized, for example, like pipes and electrical infrastructure and that? Not necessarily. I'm not like 100% opposed to it, obviously, but you know, I think that probably generally, you know, makes more sense in some cases to do just private-public partnerships there, or to have some general regulations instead of nationalization, where I think you run into, you know, bigger political problems with their management and like principal agent problems with their management as well. And like there is evidence, like, you know, from what I've seen is mixed evidence in this, to be fair. But for example, we see evidence that like in the U.S. when states like privatize their water infrastructure, you know, like costs go down and Clean Water Act violations decrease. So like there are stuff you know, experiments, natural experiments where you observe that happening. I mean, now in fairness, I've also seen studies from Canada privatizing garbage collection and it turned out poorly or whatever, but state level ownership is generally better than nationalization. Well, I guess I'm not. When I say nationalization, I don't really distinguish between the state government owning it and federal government owning it. I'm just talking about, you know, the government owning it and managing it to a large degree, at least. I mean, you can have I guess you can have a nationalized state-owned firm that is like privately managed to some extent, but. Model is very useful, but experimental evidence makes the point even more starkly. Let's start with Vernon Smith's classic work. His experiments showed that the double auction went to the competitive outcome very quickly. Notice that this already breaks the price setting intuition. Each person can set prices. Nevertheless, pricing power doesn't exist in a competitive outcome. But everyone could set prices. That's not what we mean by administer prices. Well, Vernon Smith ran experiments that address this too, published in the QJE in 1964. He compared 3 market organizations. In one, only buyers could make bids, and sellers could only accept or reject those bids. In another, only sellers could make offers, and buyers could only accept or reject. In a third, both buyers and sellers could make offers and bids in a double blind auction format, the original format. The standard intuition would predict that whichever side sets the price gains an advantage. If the seller posts prices, they would be able to push up prices. If buyers post bids, they should be able to push prices down. The double auction should land somewhere between. Smith found the opposite. When sellers were the only ones who could make offers, shown below, prices started below the competitive price at $2.10. Moreover, prices converged to a level below the competitive equilibrium. The mean price in seller-only market was about 5% below the theoretical competitive price. The double auction, where both sides could make offers, converged almost exactly to the competitive equilibrium. Seller posting prices hurt them. Smith's explanation was that the competitive pressure falls on whichever side must reveal information first. When sellers post offers, they expose their willingness to sell. Buyers can wait and accept the best offer. This puts sellers under intense competition. Under intense competitive pressure to undercut each other. The seller who sets the price is not in charge. They are at a disadvantage. It's too far away to hold up the bet, but I would definitely put a good chunk down that one of the next 2 Democratic presidents will use stake in Intel to push corporate policy. I don't know. It's hard to know what'll happen after Trump with regards to a lot of those things, with regards to the ownership of Intel and the mining companies, lithium companies, steel companies. But I would imagine, I think Intel is high enough profile. I would guess that a Democrat would try to get rid of that share, but I don't know. Hello, highlighter. There we go. Okay. Conaway would want that, I think. Well, he would not want political control over Intel in order to do political things. Conaway would want Intel to be somewhat socially owned, obviously, but through various technocratically managed institutions with the goal of maximizing profit, not with any goals for DEI or whatever other democratic policy we want, but just for social ownership and equality sake. Socialism public stocks, that'd be crazy. For some reason, our government runs like a business, but it doesn't do any business-like things. I don't know exactly what I mean by that one, Eleni, but does this mean the identity of the price setter never matters? No, the market institution matters tremendously, but the relevant question is not who sets the price, but rather what information can traders observe and how can traders respond to questions. Sorry, prices. Vernon Smith with John Ketchum and Arlington Williams demonstrated this in a 1984 paper comparing posted offer markets to double auctions. In their posted offer institution, sellers announced prices at the start of each period. Buyers then visited sellers in a random order and made purchases. Sellers could not adjust prices during the period. This is much closer to how retail markets actually work than Smith's original 1964 design. 1964 design, can't speak. In some of their experimental designs, this posted offer institution, I read too much philosophy. Oh my god. Oh no, it's horrible. Led to prices above the competitive equilibrium, as the folk wisdom suggests. The effect was particularly strong when there were only 3 sellers, each with different cost. In these oligopoly-like settings, the posted offer market created opportunities for tacit coordination that did not exist in double auction. Prices converged not to the competitive equilibrium, but something closer to a Nash equilibrium with higher prices and lower efficiency. The point is not that pricing institutions never matter. They can matter enormously. The point is that the relevant institutional feature is not the superficial question of who physically announces the price. What matters is the competitive structure. How much information do traders have? How quickly can they respond to prices? What opportunities exist for coordination? How easily can new competitors enter? I don't think I'm being unfair. I think the narrative will slowly but surely change towards utilizing the tools at hand to move towards a socialist future. I think you're being unfair to Convoy. You can say you don't think you're being unfair to Democrats generally if you think the narrative is going to change that way, but a Convoy would not. A Convoy's never advocated for that. So. Oh, fuck. The stupid fucking highlighter thing broke, of course. Yay, yay. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Yeah, kill me. Okay. Oh, it doesn't even work. Ah, kill me. Okay. Do you see the new pale oak biome in Minecraft? Do you think it's overrated? I've not seen it. I wish it was like pure white planks and not a pinkish white that it is. I know you're like a Minecraft god. I enjoy Minecraft, but I'm not a Minecraft god. I just have ADHD and play Minecraft in the background. Oh my god, Mod Monday, we should avoid DI. Jesus Christ, it's gonna be fucking painful. What was it? It was of course I'm right, Michael. This is like, this is already in the, yeah, this is a year ago. I feel like I've seen this already. I love models and experiments as much as the next guy, but what about the real world? Whatever that means. Well, since this is in my newsletter and I get to talk about what I want to talk about, here's a paper by Chad Syverson, something like that. It's one of the newer ones. They're kind of rare. I've not seen those. He looks like at the Great Northern Railway in northern Dakota before 1905, the railroad held a virtual monopoly over a valuable wheat growing territory. Great Northern set rates and had real control over them. When farmers and business people petitioned for new rail lines, Great Northern uniformly turned them down. Building new lines would be unprofitable given their secure position. Then Soo Line announced plans to build 306 miles of track through the heart of the Great Northern's territory. Nothing changed about who sets price. Both railroads posted their own prices or tariffs. Both of them were price setters in a mechanical sense, but everything changed about pricing power. Great Northern responded by sprint building 250 miles of new track across 2 branches, 2 extensions, and purchased a line. In 1905 alone, the Soline, I'm assuming, founded 25 new towns along its new route. Great Northern founded 26. The two railroads were competing so fiercely for territory that they had overbuilt the market. Most of this branch line mileage was eventually abandoned by both companies because the competitive pressure made it unprofitable to operate. How would expanding industry be unprofitable? I don't understand capitalist. What do you mean? So, expanding... Okay. Might have to clarify a little bit what you mean. So you could, like, obviously expanding industry to some extent is always going to be risky, like always a risk that it's unprofitable. Like if I make an investment, if I expand, if I expand my railway line and then next year someone invents the fucking Hyperloop, okay, it would obviously be, in hindsight, unprofitable to do so because, there's some unexpected technological innovation. It's a risk. That's why investors are paid a return on investment because you're taking a risk when you do that investment that it could turn out unprofitable. Like in this case, it's not holistically that they were unprofitable, but it's that because there was such fierce competition between these two businesses, they were both probably willing. They were both probably not. Well, they were risk adverse. They were both not risk averse enough and too risk averse. They were so risk averse to not expanding production and having their competitor outcompete them that they were willing to make more risky investments that, as it turned out, to be unprofitable. Because there wasn't actually enough, demand in this case. Yes, it's risk, but how can you make a business with zero risk? Like, what if a rail line... Well, my point is that you're not really going to be able to make a business with zero risk. What if a rail line comes from the west and takes out... That's exactly... But so in that case... I don't understand what you're asking when you say, how would expanding industry be unprofitable? When, like, you just described an example of where expanding industry would end up being unprofitable. I'm agreeing with you. Okay. Great Northern went from a monopolist that both set and controlled rates to a duopolist that could set rates but had no control. The physical act of posting tariffs remained identical. The economic forces changed completely. Someone might object, of course, a monopolist had less pricing power. When a competitor enters, that's obvious. You're not saying anything new. Exactly, that's the point. Yeah, but if you get there first, don't you win? So with railways, there can be somewhat of an issue with natural monopolies, right? Because obviously, there's fixed costs in building railways. They have a very high fixed cost. But the bigger issue is the barriers to entry, right? Like there's one of the concerns, by the way, with having the private-public partnership that I mentioned earlier, even, is that if you create barriers to entry and don't allow new competitors to enter the market, you would have control, but if it's the case that there are other railways that can enter the market or other transportation technologies that can compete with you, then you don't just win. That's why I stand you, fond man. You're teaching people basic supply and demand. Maybe it's not intuitive for most people. I've seen it been exposed to it so long, so it seems perfectly obvious. True. Couldn't you say, I just don't want this business using my rail line? Well, legally, there are going to be protections for some of that sometimes, but I mean, yeah, I don't know. In some cases, probably. They're going to be like, you couldn't say, like in current America, I don't want any black-owned businesses using my rail line. Or you couldn't say, I'm not going to let my competitor use my rail line to transport their materials to build railways to compete with me, because we have laws against anti-competition stuff. But businesses to some extent are going to have the right to reject other businesses. Pricing power depends on competitive forces, the ease of entry, the availability of substitutes, the ability to coordinate. It has nothing to do with the trivial question of who physically announces the price. The folk wisdom gets it backwards. Great Northern's ability to propose tariffs never changed. What changed was competitive constraint on those tariffs. The administrative mechanics tell us nothing about the economic substance. This is why the administered pricing point is basically always a red herring. Yes, firms post prices. Yes, managers deliberate over pricing decisions. None of that contradicts supply and demand. The Bertrand model, Vernon Smith's experiments, and a Great Northern Railway all demonstrate the same principle. Competitive forces constrain outcomes regardless of who physically announces prices. Every firm sets its own price in the trivial sense of announcing what they will charge. What matters is whether they face competition, as competitive constraints on those prices. A coffee shop sets the price for a latte, but it has no power over what price if Starbucks is next door, and customers can easily switch. Amazon posts a price on millions of products, but those products are constrained by competition from Walmart, Target, and hundreds of other retailers selling identical goods. The question should not be, does the firm set prices? The answer is always yes. The question should be, what prevents a firm from profitably raising prices substantially above competitive levels? That question forces us to examine actual competitive constraints, the availability of substitutes, the ease of entry, the cost of searching for alternatives, and the ability to expand capacity and incentives to undercut rivals. True note. Okay, well, part 2. Let's go. What price theory is and is not? Last week, Brian wrote about the distinction between setting prices and controlling prices. This is a subtle but important point. Nonetheless, the subtlety seems to have gone over the heads of some critics. Of the pushback that I saw, people claimed that Brian was confused about how decisions are actually made. However, these critics mostly wanted to have a completely different conversation. They would make claims like, well, we know businessmen do X, and therefore you are wrong. Or if you talk to businessmen, they certainly think they control prices. As I mentioned before, asking people what they do, why they do things, is typically a bad way to understand human behavior. There are several reasons for this. People tend to make decisions based on their observable circumstances. The butcher will tend to blame rising costs for his price increases, but the rising costs he observes might just as easily be caused by rising demand for beef as a decline in the supply of cows. Prices serve multiple roles. Prices convey information and shape incentives. As a result, what is important to the butcher is knowing how to respond to observed rising cost. Furthermore, the butcher's behavior will be disciplined by the market. That's a good point. I haven't actually particularly thought of this before. Oh, fuck. Oops. But it's also closely related. Common criticism that businessmen aren't sitting around drawing marginal revenue and marginal cost curves to set their prices, to which I respond, of course they are not. Price theory makes no such claim. People often follow simple rules of thumb for behavior. Price theory can help one to evaluate which rules of thumb are useful and which ones are not. However, markets also provide feedback for good and bad rule of thumbs. What's a good point? I missed that. Asking people, how they set prices or why they set prices is not like a particularly good way to figure out whether market incentives are actually working, because people, are just going to be, they're going to be making decisions based on what they observe, and they don't actually know, the sort of the underlying causes that, like Amity says here, Bush would tend to blame rising costs for his price increases, but the rising cost, he observes, might just as easily be caused by rising demand for beef as a decline in supply of cows. I think there's got to be more. This article apparently is about it. Nominal GDP targeting. What? Incredible. Okay. What price theory is. Price theory is based on the following idea. The world has finite resources. Not everyone can have everything they want all the time. There's real world resource constraints. If I understand your constraints, then I have a general idea about what options are available to you and what trade-offs you face. It's a subtle point, but I think I see what you're pointing to. Resource constraints necessitate trade-offs. If I understand your objective, I can predict which of the available options you are likely to choose. In fact, I do not need to make radical assumptions about your objectives for this framework to provide a lot of useful insights. Simply assuming that you prefer more stuff to less stuff will generate many useful predictions. But even if I do not know your objective, which is the fact that you face a budget constraint implies there is a negative relationship between quantity demanded and price. What is important is that none of this analysis requires a theory of mind. I do not need to understand what is going through your mind when I make a decision. You do not need to understand price theory to make your decision. In fact, contrary to popular belief, I don't need to even need to believe you're rational to be confident in the prediction. True. It's funny. One of the I started reading through the stuff or whatever. Okay, Sotero, thanks, buddy. One of the utilitarians they go over is an economist who just became convinced of preference utilitarianism based on economic models of utility. To this guy. Don't know how to pronounce this name. Formalizes his original argument showing that what he later called absolutely inescapable criteria of rationality for making policy decisions under conditions of uncertainty, combined with a hardly controversial requirement for optimal choice theory derived from the Italian economist Vilfredo Pareto, logically entails utilitarian ethics. Although it is possible to reject some of the assumptions, of which H rests proof, his essay does show that utilitarianism in some form can be derived from a limited set of assumptions about maximizing self-interest when uncertainty about the position one will occupy in society forces one to choose impartially. He basically, it's an argument from the veil of ignorance, what would a rational person do in that case? We don't know who you're going to be in society, right? Also applied his expertise in decision theory to ask what principle rational ignorance would choose if they were choosing for a social situation in which they did not know what their own position would be. He argued that if they knew only that they had an equal chance of attaining any of the social positions existing in this situation, from the highest down to the lowest, they would choose maximizing average utility in society as a whole because that would maximize their own expected utility. He added that this equal chance should apply not only to objective social and economic conditions in which those choosing might find themselves, but also to their subjective attitudes and tastes, so that they would judge the utility of another individual's position in terms of attitudes and tastes of the person actually in that position. Yeah. Okay. John Rawls is an awful reasoner base. Let's go. What's funny, this guy actually, he came up with he didn't call it a veil of ignorance, obviously, but a version of veil of ignorance, I think, before John Rawls did. Yeah, with later would call it veil of ignorance. Okay. Ignorance of probabilities. Let's go. Do you know where rule of thumb comes from? Nope. I'll read this. I don't know if I want to read this on stream, but I'll definitely want to check that out later, Sample. Who is this dude? I haven't seen him before. I can be confident that price theory will make an accurate prediction because markets will discipline your behavior. If you try to charge the price that is too high, you will find few consumers want to buy your product. If you try to behave as though resource constraints aren't binding, Jesus, you will find yourself making a lot of difficult and suboptimal decisions. To paraphrase Armin Alchin, price theory is the idea that if I know the rules of the game, I can predict your behavior. Rules of thumb. Price theory is a framework for explaining behavior, allows for a lot of variation in the way that people think and how they make decisions about how to behave. People learn by doing. People see how other people make decisions and copy them. People learn through trial and error. People use rules of thumb. All these ways of acting, making decisions rely on some type of feedback mechanism. People act, they receive feedback from their actions and adapt. None of these descriptions of behavior are inconsistent with price theory. Jack Hirschfeller, what the fuck? Wrote a textbook entitled Investment, Interest, and Capital. The book provides a price theoretic approach to thinking about investment decisions. His approach builds off the earlier work of Irving Fisher. Hirschfeller not only does not reject the idea that decision makers rely on rules of thumb, but he explicitly assumes so. The theory of investment comes from concerns the principles of intertemporal choice, the allocation of resources for consumptive and productive purchases over time. The optimization involved can be examined on the level of the individual or the firm, and also the level of the community as a whole. Practical decision makers, businessmen, and government administrators are also interested in principles of intertemporal choice. The decision maker might ask, what rule shall I use among those opportunities available? Investment decision rules are formulas to purport to guide choices correctly under such circumstances. He then proceeds to use price theory to discuss and evaluate different rules of thumb and criteria for investment. By doing so, he's able to derive useful rules of thumb as well as examine existing rules of thumb to determine what rules work under what circumstances. There are two basic conclusions to follow. The first is that rules of thumb often follow from price theoretic insights, regardless of whether the decision maker understands price theory. The second is that price theory can also reveal certain rules of thumb are sometimes useful and sometimes not. This knowledge can help decision makers avoid the pitfalls of such rules. True. Okay. I don't know how much of this I need, maybe. Did Discord stream chat get disconnected? Oh shit, maybe, I don't know. No, I don't think so. Oh, yes, okay, goddamn. Oh my god! I think kick chat stopped working too for a second. Maybe, potentially. Why is it doing that? I don't know. It might be a setting in my browser. I'm using a different browser now because I had the issue with, okay, goddamn. Okay. So if I scroll up and scroll back down, I guess I kick that read down off the chat. I had the issue that kick chat would not work occasionally. It seemed to be working better initially, but I guess not now. It's gotta be, it might be like a setting in my browser or something that like, if a tab's inactive for long enough, it like stops updating or something. It's gotta be like some setting like that. I don't know. Local versus group knowledge. An issue of asking people for the reason behind the decisions that they make is that their decisions are often made with local knowledge. Since price theory prices both convey information and provide incentives, local knowledge is often sufficient for decision making, but lacking in explanatory power. The latter requires broader global knowledge. For example, suppose there is some natural disaster in Indonesia that temporarily limits the ability of firms to mine nickel. Since Indonesia is the largest source of in the world of nickel mining, this would cause the price of nickel to rise. A higher price of nickel will make stainless steel more expensive to produce. Because stainless steel is more expensive, this is likely to lead to cutbacks in the production of razor blades. Consumers will therefore see that razor blades are more expensive. They might respond by deciding to shave less often. Since they are shaving less often, they will also cut back and purchase of shaving cream. This decline in demand for shaving cream will reduce its price. If you were to ask what caused the price of shaving cream to decline, the correct answer is based on global knowledge that there would be a natural disaster in Indonesia. Yet if you were to ask a store that sells shaving cream why they reduced their prices, they would be likely to tell you they lowered the price because their inventory was too high. Notice here that both answers are correct, given the relevant information set. Nonetheless, the shopkeeper's answer doesn't tell you much about why the price is falling. This distinction is a feature of how markets and the price system work. Prices allow people to economize on the amount of information that they need in order to make decisions. Neither the producer of stainless steel nor of razor blades needs to know why the price of inputs has risen. These producers simply need to know how to respond to their changing circumstances. I've read Hayek too. However, it is this very economizing information that limits the explanatory power of asking people why they made decisions. True. I don't think I need this actually. Failures of price theory. What? One of the primary motivations behind behavioral economics is the supposed inadequacy of standard economic models. Behavioral economists like to take standard models, see whether predictions don't line up with observations, and attribute the differences to some quirk of human psychology. This might be a useful exercise, but it's unclear to what extent this is a useful critique of price theory. The typical price theorist isn't making an assumption about human psychology when writing down a model of behavior. Price theory is about how we expect people to navigate the trade-offs associated with constraints they face. When price theory fails to predict behavior, it is often not a flaw in the theory itself, rather it's a failure on the part of price theorists to understand the relevant constraints or decision makers' objectives. Other times it's a failure of critics to understand what price theory says and does not say. Kevin Murphy has an excellent discussion of this point with respect to nudges, another idea that originates from behavioral economics. Murphy's point is as follows: if we visualize a demand curve and we take given a particular price, we can find the quantity demanded at that price. We know two things. We know that buying more or less than this quantity at this price makes the consumer worse off. We know that a lower price would make the consumer better off, and a higher price would make them worse off. As a result, we can draw indifference curves that is tangent to the horizontal price line that that is tangent to a horizontal price line at the point that the line intersects with the demand curve. What the basic logic tells us is that if consumers buy a little more or a little less than optimal quantity demanded, the costs of doing so are quite small. In fact, those costs are pretty small in comparison to the cost of buying the same quantity at a higher price. So basically, we're pretty sure, never Stokes fully described fluid physics, but since we lack global knowledge, we can will achieve course limited solutions, which are ultimately incomplete as follows. That's not. I don't think that's. I might not understand the full analogy, but it's not. I don't think that's exactly what it's saying. He's just explaining why. Saying, business. This is what business people say they are doing, to set prices or whatever. It's not. That's not sufficient to show sort of what actual price setting power they have in the market, and not sufficient to show that price theory breaks down, because they are making decisions based not on marginal cost and marginal revenue, but on more general rules of thumb. I'm agreeing with the author, Fond Man. Learn some damn physics and call yourself a materialist. I don't think I call myself a materialist. You somehow got animalism and materialism confused. Murphy uses to point out that a basic lesson of price theory is that we would expect people to shop pretty seriously and intensely when it comes to paying the lowest price. However, they might still buy a little more or a little less than what is optimal at that price, because the cost of making that mistake is quite small. In fact, in a world of costly information, there isn't really any reason to believe that people will make the optimal choice given the low stakes. People aren't going to pay for information if that information doesn't give them equivalent value. The idea of misinformed consumers can be nudged to make better choices should not come as a shock to price theorists. What comes as a shock is instead the claim that such nudges are somehow inconsistent with price theory. What price theory is not. In short, price theory is a theory of human action. It is not a theory of the mind or of a person's decision-making process. What can sometimes make this confusing is that the individual is the basic unit of analysis. Our theory outlines decision-making process of an individual. In reality, however, we're not assuming that this is the way people think. Rather, we're saying, suppose a decision maker faces the following constraints and it has the following objectives. What actions would we expect them to take? We are using rational frameworks to explain human behavior. We're not assuming that people are rational or literally think about the economic problem in the way price theorists describes. True. This is a nuanced point. Nonetheless, the failure to understand this point often leads to critiques that miss the mark. People don't think like this. People follow the rules of thumb. People aren't rational. People might use these might be useful conversation starters. However, they're attacking mistakes that price theorists are not making. True. Okay, sorry. Are you a dualist? I don't have a strong opinion. Or do you think there's nothing more than the motion of subatomic particles with the possibility of emergent phenomena? I lean more towards the second case, but like I said, I don't have any strong opinion on that. That just does not particularly relate to animalism that closely. Because like a theory of mind is different than theory of personal identity. I recognize that materialism can play into the theory of mind, but that doesn't directly relate to the theory of personal identity. Second case is materialist. Yeah, I know that much. I'm familiar, but like I said, I don't have I don't brand myself as a materialist or whatever, because I don't feel like I have strong enough understanding or strong enough opinions there to really stake out a super hard position. So I'm not saying you are one, but I'm not wrong based on what you have said to make this presumption. Well, I think how we initially got here is you made some weird comment where you're like, I don't know the difference between materialism and animalism, when those two things are just not particularly related in my mind. So I was a little confused there. All right, well. Ugh. We'll have more stuff to do tomorrow, but it's like 4 a.m. where I am. Almost 4 a.m. Well, 3:30. And I want to be in bed by 4 a.m. so I can be asleep by 5 a.m. But I'm not even going to do that because I'm going to do other shit instead of actually going to bed. Okay, anyway. Nice to fucking be back on YouTube, okay. After that fucking unfair, unjust strike, they censored me. Horrible, evil. Make sure, like the stream, comment, okay. Subscribe if you guys are not subscribed. About damn time, real. Go watch all the old videos, okay, on my YouTube channel. All the other debates I have uploaded on my YouTube channel, of course. Got a bunch of them on Trump. Got a bunch of them on capitalism. Got a few of them on like animal ethic, vegan stuff, and like a few of them on abortion. And then there's some miscellaneous random ones thrown in there. But if any of those sound interesting to you, go check them out. I'm gonna, maybe do some schoolwork. Maybe I'll do a little bit of schoolwork before I go to bed. But, love streaming. Love that you guys watch me stream. Really cool to be back on YouTube. Believe I'll stream again tomorrow. I'm not gonna commit fully to that though. I guess on YouTube you can head over to Tomfoolery and okay, night. Oh, shrimp. What? Pad Thai shrimp. Shrimp. What the fuck? Bro, you better be subscribed, Pad Thai shrimp. Bro, you better be watching the Shrimp Welfare Project debates I have after this video, okay? But yeah, okay, subscribe. And there should be, I have content I have to edit because I was streaming on Twitch and Kick and stuff and not on YouTube while I was gone. And I was lazy and did not edit much of that content. So there will be content coming to the YouTube channel next few days that was not initially shown on YouTube. So subscribe for all that shit. Love you guys. Like, comment. See you guys tomorrow. Fun time.